things that would make you want to get a second look and see it against a better opponent, give them another week in practice, and now you build and you see where you can go with it. I don't think the quarterback for next year is on the roster right now.
Wow. So the Cleveland Browns matched 3-win Wilson's count, and now he's afraid to talk with me. Here we go.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. To everybody out there, Afternoon Drive is back on a hump day. I just realized how loud that was. I'm sorry. I've been off for a while. It is good to see everyone. That opened courtesy of Jake Murray, not on the board. Yes. Doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, producing and whatnot. We got Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. We've also got Meredith on 2020s. Yeah. Meredith on 2020s.
She was 20 minutes ago. I hope she still is.
I think she just delivered a great one right there. I was just so excited to be back. I totally forgot who was doing 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How are you feeling today?
We're here.
I know you said that before the show. It's like, we're battling, we're getting through it and all that, but your energy seems great, and you seem you know how when you look at somebody and they're like, oh, their eyes, they're dead and there's nothing to them right now? You're the opposite of that. Yeah. Like, your eyes, you're very vibrant. You have you're exuding all sorts of, not even just confidence. You just seem like you're locked and ready to go.
Well, two things happen. One, we were right about Shador. Hashtag suck it, y'all. Not y'all, just like people who spent last week being like, I don't think it's going to be any good, only to throw a big party on Monday.
No!
Gosh dang it, dang it. I was fake again. Oh, no. Now, so we were right. So that was nice. But then I did lose 10 pounds over 3 days.
That is an advantage of getting sick.
And so I got the post-flu glow going right now.
Is that what that is?
And this is as good as swimsuit ready as I'll be for the rest of my life.
Okay.
And so was it worth it? Absolutely not. But do we take the fringe benefits and move on? Yes, we do.
I am upset you missed the confetti cannon.
I didn't know about the confetti cannon till today. And because I seriously, I was dead to the world from Sunday, probably 8:30, 9 o'clock, all the way till last night at about 7. And so I tried to catch up as best as I could. But guys, an ocean of takes were had in between Sunday night and last night. And so at one point I just gave up. And so the first thing that came up was a confetti cannon. And I was like, damn it. I was already bummed that I missed it because that would have been just so much fun. Other flip side, I know you got to have the fun, and that's worth it as well.
Yeah, and Daryl's face was priceless throughout the whole entire thing. So that
you basically took him. He was like a Make-A-Wish kid you took to Disney World.
He did seem like he had a great time with that. I wish everyone could just relive the moment that I saw Daryl's eyes as he saw the explosion happen and just the excitement attached to it. That was a lot of fun. So anyway, all right. So I've had 2 days. We've done a lot of Shador takes. We've done a lot of Shador thoughts. We have more thoughts today that we still have to have.
A lot of thoughts.
What was your initial reaction that you weren't able to get off on Monday?
All right. So other than we were right, just for that one, other than that, I had this sinking feeling. It turned out it was a flu. I had this sinking feeling on Sunday night. And I will say, in what I know of the narratives that were dispelled after the game, it came true. Again, we were right. The idea that was the perfect game for Shahaders, and it was the perfect game for Shaporters. Because there was enough in that game for Shaporters to go, he's earned the job, he got the win, he made big plays, which Dylan didn't do, and there was enough for the Shahaders to go, but look at the QBR, but look at the pocket play. And I had this feeling, I was like, oh, this week is going to be a bloodbath. Now, again, I don't know what happened on this station or most media, other than apparently Kendrick Perkins was on one. Cool.
He just stays on one.
You get it, buddy.
I'll say this. I want to fill you in because I think I can sense your energy right now. I feel as if you think that maybe it was a tough couple days for Shador and trying to knock down some of the haters. Honestly, it wasn't.
Oh,
it was like 98% of, oh my gosh, we had somebody that could throw the ball vertical.
Now, is the 2% Lima?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically.
All right.
The 2% is anyone that brought up success rate in the previous 48 hours, a stat that nobody has brought up ever in the history of time, and now they want to bring it up, and a very flawed stat at that, by the way. But
Did we bring that up with Dylan Gabriel, or is that just a different stat, or is that the only one he's good at?
It was overwhelmingly positive to the idea that at least somebody threw the ball vertical, and at least you're able to have an extension of an offense that looked like it had life, while acknowledging that it wasn't perfect. There's room there, obvious room there, but it was much better than I think a lot of people anticipate.
Yeah, to the people that wasn't good enough for. Like, it's funny, like, after we, the Raiders game, you get the win, I tweeted out our video, our Guarantee Gary video from Friday, being like, only one show had the cojones to do it, and like 2 people were like, yeah, took real stones on this one. I was like, no one did that.
They were still a 2-win team going into that game.
I heard Armageddon going on for half the shows in this town all damn week long, and as much homers as we were, it was like, I think he'll be better with 1 week with the first team reps. How much better? I don't know. What a bold take that was. Hey, guy who hasn't gotten first team reps and played okay, had a couple okay moments in the Baltimore game, might be tangibly better into his first full start. Wow. And somehow we ended up being the most right. Everybody was a little bit right and everybody was a little bit wrong, but we ended up being the most right with it. Yeah. And most importantly is, like, guys, it's so easy to discount the big plays, especially if you're like the QBR stat. But it is so easy to discount the big plays. But you can't tell me you didn't see hope in Myles Garrett's eyes after the big play down the field. You can't. And listen, I know we have the reverse problem with Shador that we do with Dylan, right? Again, if you combine those 2 guys into one megazord of a quarterback, you'd have one hell of a quarterback, right? You don't. But with Shador, you're working from a point that is very raw, and if you can get him 25% better in the pocket by the end of the season, 1, I think you're going to go past 5 wins. And 2, there's going to be a real conversation about whether you should just ride forward with Shador, give him the full offseason, and draft the best player available, specifically left tackle and wide receiver, in April. And I think that's refreshing. That's a different conversation beyond the greater conversation about Stfansky and Barry and all the other tributaries. And
I'm going to be honest with you, I was very happy, and I wasn't surprised, but I was very happy that the result ended up being a lot of people saying similar things like that you just said right there. Like, all right, we got nothing to lose. This is now the time to go ahead and let Shador figure it out. Let him go ahead and have some experience, get some reps, see what you can do, and then we can evaluate the quarterback position in the offseason. Like, an overwhelming large number of people said. Now, the only people that didn't were some national people. Locally, everyone was on script. National people didn't. And my plea for the national people was that if they're going to talk about Shador Sanders, you have to then go back and watch every snap of Dylan Gabriel for the previous 6 games. Yeah. You have to take in all of those. Because I think why Browns fans got so excited and why it's so universally one-sided in this discussion is because we watched every Dylan Gabriel rep where he absolutely stunk up the joint.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like, all of a sudden, this little runway that Shador has looks a lot more manageable. Obviously, the Titans game always looked manageable, but like the 49ers game, guys, listen, Brock Purdy, as of right now, is a better NFL quarterback than Shador is, sure. But Brock Purdy is a wealthy man's version of Dylan Gabriel.
Dealing with the toe injury and coming off a game where he just threw 3 interceptions.
Played like crap. And, guys, the one thing...
On a short week.
Jim Schwartz against Kyle Shanahan has turned into the greatest defensive coordinator in the history. There's something about Shanahan and his acolytes. We saw it against Miami as well with Mike McDaniel. There's something that Schwartz is clued in with this style of offense that he's very successful against. Between that, and again, I think San Francisco might have a brain, and they might blitz Shador a little bit more. Okay, but now let's see. Can we maintain what you did in your first start, and can we build on it? And I think the next 2 games are they're games you should be incredibly competitive in, and you should have a chance at the very least to split, if not to take the next 2 games. See, I wouldn't have been able to say that a week ago.
I mean, so I came out Monday and I said Shador's got to start the rest of the season. I can tell that you feel that same way, but there is the part of me in the back of my brain, like how much are they weighting this game against the 49ers? Like, I really hope that Stefanski's got it in his head. This is Shador for the rest of the season. But there's a part of me that is nervous about the idea that he goes in against the 49ers And this, again, we're on a game-by-game basis. He, once again, is in a spot where he has to prove himself.
So I think he is in a game-by-game basis. I think they're going to make him earn everything. And I think they're going to make sure that whatever spark he lit for those guys in the field, that he can keep the spark lit. It's not how I would handle it because, again, I've seen enough of Dylan. I saw enough of Dylan before the kid started a game in the NFL. He is a backup.
Right.
And that's at best. Like, there's a chance this is the kind of guy that if he just doesn't catch with the right coach, ends up being 2 or 3 years and out kind of guy. Like, he is not a physically talented quarterback. So I would rock with Shador simply from the standpoint of, hey, even if you're not going to be much better, at least it's going to be interesting. Like, how much fun was Sunday? And by the way, it was bad fun. There were a couple moments where I was like, please, God, don't.
You're puking and sick, and you're having probably the best time.
So that wasn't, no, I was puking and sick after a Browns win, which is usually puking and sick for a different reason, but I didn't even get the fun stuff, right?
If they had lost, it would have been explainable.
But no, I mean, like, but I do think they're going to make him earn every opportunity. And I think San Francisco's another opportunity. But could I see them, if he looks poor or if he takes a step back against San Francisco, could I see Kevin Stefanski pulling the blanket from the carpet from out his feet? Of course I could. Yeah. Until they come out and say, he's our guy the rest of the way, guys, we should just take this on a week-by-week basis, whether that's what you and I want or think is the right thing or not.
And I kind of like that, if that is Shador's mentality as well. I kind of like that, too. There was something about, and we had a lot of good stories with Albert yesterday, kind of detailing not only the work that Shador put in, but the urgency that he had to make sure that game was good.
216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We do have Ross Tucker coming up in about 5 minutes. Ross, his plane got delayed, so he's going to be in the air at his normal time, so he's going to join us in about 5 minutes. Of course, he was on the call for Shador's first NFL start. I had some very nice things to say about Shador, so we'll get his beat on Shador and kind of going forward where the Browns are. We've also got Ashley Bastock at 3:20. That's where she usually joins us every single hump day. Pete Futek at 5:40 to get you ready for Ohio State, Michigan, and Cash. Love it!
Hate it!
Coming up at 6:30. He's got his picks in for the big weekend, but 216-474-0092. And we do have plenty of Shador comments to the media today that I think you guys are going to be interested in. But are we week to week with Shador? And is that how you think is the best way to go forward if you're the Cleveland Browns? We'll ask that of Ross Tucker in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
today's headline segments. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sundays do not exist without us.
Shador has it. Raiders bring the pressure. Shador on the run, throwing a deep ball. Has it at the 10. He's down at the 2. There's your deep ball. Isaiah Bond and the Browns are in the red zone.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. You can't take me and JP away from each other for 2 full work days without JP and I catching up on everything that's happened at the station in the time. You and I we don't hate the drama. Let's just say that. We love all the little stupid stuff that happens around here.
You're the person I talk about drama with.
And by the way, you're the person I talk with drama as well.
So here we are. And it's like, wait, 2 days. We just get to go ahead and just unwind.
I only have...
There's a lot to catch up. How did so many things happen at this place?
I don't do what other shows might do where I text other people about other people on my own show. No. You and I. This is where it stops and this is where it begins.
That's right.
It's good to be back home. It's good to... I know, by the way, our next guest was on the call for Shador Sanders' first NFL start. A win. And did a great job there.
Fantastic
on CBS
job.
Sports. Many people were tweeting, we need more Ross Tucker on these Browns games.
I'm ready to kick Romo out right now.
I honestly, I heard, I'm not doing it. I was going to start bashing guys that work with Ross, and I'm like, no, you know what? Ross is just great. All right, we got Thanksgiving tomorrow.
That was very profestional of you.
Well, and he would enjoy
Ross
it.
isn't on yet.
Yeah,
it's okay.
But he
we
would
can bash
enjoy
all his
like
teammates.
If I said Archuleta is such a letdown compared to you, he's got to come on and be like, Adam's a great guy. But secretly we'll know. I'd
say just go for the big fish. Ross deserves the $18 million a year, not Tony Romo.
Yeah, but
it's pretty obvious at this point.
By the way, Ross's hair is real. All right, no, somebody had to say it. Romo's isn't. That's the implication there. That being said, on the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Look at that. I went a little Jack Nicholson there. Ross, welcome to the show.
I mean, even when they win, you guys make me nervous as I'm coming on about what you're going to ask me and what trouble you're going to try to get me into.
That's fair. You can just rebuke everything we said, and I think people would be like, yeah, that's fair.
By the way, appreciate the flexibility. I am on my way to Lincoln, Nebraska for Iowa-Nebraska Friday on Black Friday, and I think every flight in the world is delayed right now, so I will be in the air for my normal 4 o'clock, but that works out for you guys. You can just replay this interview in like an hour and a half. I would hate to think that people that rearrange their entire Wednesdays for 4 to 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time, the level of disappointment and shock and horror. I mean, people revolve their whole holiday schedules around this.
That's very true. Are we on Raiola watch, potentially going to the portal there for Nebraska, Iowa? That feels like the big storyline.
Very interesting. I just saw that on the first flight out here. Certainly, that's going to be something that we ask him about. I will say that the true freshman quarterback, T.J. Lateef, is pretty darn good. But Raiola was having a good year before he got hurt. So the fact that the weird part about it is what I read said that the Nebraska officials are bracing for that. I don't really know what that means. I mean, his younger brother, who's still in high school, was committed to Nebraska, and he just decommitted. So maybe that's why they're bracing for it. Like, okay, if the younger brother's not coming here anymore, what does that mean for the older one? I don't know if they're bracing for it, I guess they think that there's some chance of it. I mean, the crazy thing is the Lateef kid's playing pretty well, and I think right after the UCLA game, his first start, Rule was the first one to say, you don't think Lateef's going to get offered a couple $1 million by somebody? I mean, this is like the new normal for college football and quarterbacks.
All right, Ross, grade it out. What'd you make of Shador's first career NFL start?
Yeah, I thought it was really positive, really positive. Probably better than I thought it would be, going into it. I thought he'd be better than he was in the second half against the Ravens just because kind of got thrown in there and hadn't gotten any of the reps with the ones. The game plan wasn't really designed for him. So I thought he'd be better. What I didn't think, Jonathan, I didn't think he would improve that quickly in terms of not bailing out of the back of the pocket. I mean, he did that all the time at Colorado, and it felt like in 1 week the Browns fixed that. Now, maybe that was just a 1 week thing. I will say, I don't know if I said this during the broadcast or not, maybe once, I'm a little surprised the Raiders didn't bring more pressure, didn't heat them up more. It felt like the Raiders played a lot of coverage. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I guess it worked the one time when they kind of fooled him with the edge rusher dropping and they got the one interception. But I was just impressed by the combination of how quickly he got the ball out at times, the fact that he was stepping up in the pocket. We had spoken with Joel Bitonio the day before, and he had said that, that they had really hammered that home and that had really been addressed, and something that they really focused on with Shador was like, hey, man, you gotta step up. If you step up, we will protect you. We will be there for you. And probably the best I've seen the offensive line play this year, at least in protection from that standpoint. And then even the plays, like I loved the play to Jerry Judy. I thought he was just going to throw it in the flat to Njoku. He just stayed poised. He stayed composed. He kept letting the play out. All of a sudden, Judy's wide open. He puts it on him. Not really exactly sure what Judy was doing after that, but I thought that, I thought the throw to Bond is just an incredible throw. He got smashed as he threw that. So you combine the throw to Bond and the throw to Judy. Those were two plays that, to your guys' point earlier, that I didn't really see Dylan Gabriel making those type of plays when he was out there.
So with that, Ross, obviously it seems like, because the Browns haven't committed to him for the rest of the season, it seems like he's week to week as the Browns starter. But let's say he gets the next 6 games to prove himself. What does he need to do in the final 6 games of the season to at least make it a conversation about whether they go into the offseason with him as the starter and, maybe try to build around him for 1 year as opposed to automatically drafting the best quarterback available next April?
Well, there's 3 plausible scenarios. One is he plays so well that he's the guy. 2 is he plays well enough that he might be the guy, but they're going to have him compete with somebody else because they're not sure. And then the last scenario would be that he does not show enough and they do not think he has any chance to be the guy, and they go out and get somebody else. In terms of what he needs to do, this is like one of the things I love about football. I mean, the more games he wins, the less chance the Browns would have to draft his replacement. I mean, he needs to just keep he needs to keep winning. The more he wins, the harder it would be for the Browns to be able to get up there and get one of the top 2 or 3 guys. And if it's not one of the top 2 or 3 guys, what are the odds that whoever it is actually better than Shador in the first place? Probably not really good. I would say, in all sincerity, though, probably just continue to make strides, continue to get better. I mean, if you feel like he's getting better every week, I mean, he made major strides, I thought, from the Ravens game to this first start. I'm beyond excited to see what he can do in his second start, but with the caveat that he's going to have a bad game at some point here. He's going to have a couple mistakes. I just think if you're the Browns and he shows continued significant improvement on a week-to-week basis, that's really what you're looking for, because then you get really excited, I would think, about what he could look like with a full off season, with OTAs and training camp and everything, with working with the guys and being the number one guy. He said several things that I thought were really impressive talking with him. He said he really felt like he was getting back to normal, being the starting quarterback. He was not used to being a backup, and he wants all the pressure on him. And I said, I'm reading all these reports, Shador, that you're cramming for a test. It sounds like you're cramming. He's like, I don't have a choice. This is my opportunity. I have a healthy respect for the way he understood and embraced just how important Sunday was, quite frankly, for like the rest of his life.
So it sounds like you had the conversation with him, and it sounds like you walked away pretty impressed with him as a person.
Yeah, he's an interesting kid. He's young. I guess he's half my age, and Have you guys talked to him?
No. We'd like to.
Yeah, he's I don't know what the best ways to describe him would be. He's a little I think happy-go-lucky, but he said a bunch of things that really resonated with me. I said to him, how nice was it to be able to have all the reps with the ones this week and throw to the receivers? He said it was nice, but, those are things that take time, and it's not going to all be fixed in 3 days. He said, I'm going against two things this week. I'm going against the Raiders, and I'm going against time on task, because I don't have that much time on task. But there are no excuses. It doesn't matter. I got to figure it out. I greatly appreciated the fact that he understood just how big the moment was, and that he had a very clear understanding that it was not a perfect situation, but that you're not going to get perfect situations, and you have to make the most of the situation that you're given. And then he did. He went out and he did it, and I give him a lot of credit. I'm excited, really excited to see how he does this week against a better opponent, a bigger game at home. Gosh, that place is going to be rocking, isn't it?
I think you're right. I think there's going to be some tangible excitement there. So I guess going from the Raiders game, there's been one way of cutting down the Raiders game. What an easy win. Obviously, the Raiders fired Chip Kelly afterwards. And so people, some folks have tried to discredit that. When you look at this 49ers game, how winnable do you think this game is for the Browns with Shador at the helm?
Winnable. Yeah, I would say decently winnable. It's a short week for the Niners. Now they got to go to the East Coast, the 10 a.m. body clock game. And, the Browns defense has been really good all year, but especially at home. And the people are going to be going crazy. What is that thing? I hear it on the TV broadcast. What are people banging during the game at the home games?
I think
you ever hear that?
Yeah, I think it's just the tops, the aluminum tops of the the walkways.
Yes,
because they did that in Carolina too.
I can feel that when I did a couple games in Cleveland. I can feel it and hear it, and you can even hear it. Watching the Ravens game, you could hear it on the broadcast. Whatever those people are hitting, and man, it just felt like that defense was flying around. The reality is, every game is winnable with that defense. To me, the two best defense in the NFL are the Texans and the Browns. And the Browns, I think I tried to hammer this point home, but the D tackles have made a huge difference. Schlesinger's a star. Like, everybody should be buying Schlesinger jerseys if you didn't already. Schlesinger is a star, but then also the corners are playing so well. The D tackle rotation has helped Miles and the whole defense tremendously. So because of that, I wouldn't be surprised if they hold the Niners to under 20 points. That wouldn't surprise me at all. And the Niners are not exactly world beaters on the defensive side of the ball. So this feels to me like a 19-16, 16-13 type of game that could really go either way.
Is there any insight into the defense? One thing I love about when you do these games, you get like background and all sorts of things. Like, you just told us those great Shador Sanders story. Is there anything on the defense that you learned in your couple days around the team?
Well, I think he said this publicly, but Schwartz feels like Schlesinger mentally is as a rookie where Ray Lewis was his third year, which is just a ridiculous thing to say. And I don't mean ridiculous like as in false, just ridiculous as in a high praise, because it's so funny. I do a lot of public speaking, and I always tell them, Ray Lewis is the best player I ever played against. And what makes him especially impressive, I would say, when I started against him the one time at center for the Bills, I think Ray Lewis called out what play we were running like half the time. And I came over to the sideline. They're like, Tuck, you got to get Ray. You're supposed to do like a sweep to the right. Guys, when I snapped the ball, that's back when we didn't have video. We just had like the Polaroid pictures on the sideline. When I snapped the ball, Ray Lewis was a yard off the ball outside the tight end. I took the Polaroid picture thing. I gave it to the offensive line coach. I said, you guys better figure out a different formation or motion or something. I had no chance. And people always think about Ray Lewis, and I think, like how fast he was and how hard he hit. To me, what made him so good was he was like the most prepared guy I ever went against. So I think that was one thing that jumped out, the way the D tackles split. You know what's interesting, too? Just talking with some folks, it feels like the other D linemen almost know what they have in Miles and that they're rushing. I'm not saying those guys aren't trying to get their own sacks, because they are. But if you notice, like, how often this year has the quarterback been able to run to the right outside away from Miles? It feels like whether it was Alex Wright, bull rushing, or McGuire, it feels like those guys are doing a better job of keeping, like, I think about Lamar in that game, like keeping the quarterback in the pocket to give Miles a chance to get him. And then these guys can't step up like they used to be able to, because they come at you in waves. I mean, Graham and Malik and Shelby, and, they were knocking the crap out of the Raiders' interior offensive line. I think that's the key. It's almost like they're rushing more as a unit as opposed to individually. They're rushing better as a unit than they have previously. And then, I mean, they just have good players. I mean, the corners are really good. Oh, I'll give you one, Jonathan. Schwartz told me before the game that they were going to treat, Bowers as a wide receiver, because he doesn't really block at the point of attack that much. He's like a backside blocker. So these other teams treat him as a tight end, and so then he's going against a safety or a linebacker, and he smokes him, whereas Schwartz just said, like, no, we're not calling it 12 personnel. We're calling it 11 personnel. He's a wide receiver. So how many times the Raiders were trying to throw it to Bowers, but he's matched up against, like, Tyson Campbell or Denzel Ward? I think, I forget what they call the, assistant coach of the year, but Schwartz should probably be up there for it, because he's done a bunch of impressive things. Bringing Schlesinger along this quickly is one, but also just something like that. If something little like that, like, hey, the Raiders receivers are not very good, let's treat Bowers like a receiver. That's who they want to throw it to, and let's have Denzel and Tyson cover him, especially if he's split out wide. I mean, those guys were all over him. I think he had like 2 catches for 20 yards, and he's got more catches his first 2 years than anybody ever.
Ross, happy Thanksgiving, buddy, to you and yours. Of course, enjoy the game, Nebraska-Iowa, this Friday. We appreciate you every single week. You were fantastic on the Raiders game. We appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you guys so much. Nick, I saw your social post during the game. That meant a lot. You're back number 1 ranking for the hosts on this show. You're back in the number 1 pole position. Jonathan would never have posted something as nice as that. So that meant a lot. Oof. Thank you, Nick.
That does hurt.
You're welcome.
Nick always belonged at number 1 in your hearts anyway.
It's true.
So I'm all right with it, Ross. It's all right.
Later, dudes.
See you, man.
Later, dudes. That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Did I pander on social media? You're damn right I did. It happened to be true as well. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross on the Fan Hotline there will react to what Ross had to say about Shador and the path forward in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Browns are back at practice today as they prepare to welcome the 49ers to town for Week 13. The 49ers are coming off a win over the Panthers from Monday Night Football, but at 8-4, they're sitting in 3rd in the NFC West. Myles Garrett has officially been named Defensive Player of the Week for Week 12 in the Browns' win over the Raiders last week. Garrett recorded 5 tackles, 4 for a loss, 3 sacks, and 2 forced fumbles. This is Garrett's 5th career weekly honor, which ties Bernie Kosar for the most weekly honors by a Browns player. Some news around the NFL. The Bills have released veteran wide receiver Elijah Moore. That move comes after they signed Brandon Cooks yesterday. Giants head coach Mike Kafka announced Jackson Dart is a full participant in practice today, although he's still in concussion protocol. And Commanders head coach Dan Quinn told the media that Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown are close to returning to play. Buckeyes are headed up to Ann Arbor this weekend for their rivalry game against Michigan. We don't know the statuses for wide receivers Jeremiah Smith or Carnell Tate yet. Both are dealing with undisclosed lower body injuries. The Buckeyes are entering the weekend undefeated and ranked number 1 in the country, while Michigan is sitting at 15th. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3 The Fan and see if our hosts make your reaction a part of our shows. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Every holiday season, someone in the family seems to come up with that perfect gift, right? The gift that makes everyone feel special, appreciated, and loved. Well, you can be that person this holiday season. Give the gift of Aura Frames and be the thoughtful person who nails it this holiday season and all year long. The Aura digital picture frame will put a smile on everyone's face every day of the year. And you can personalize the Aura frame by adding a message before it even arrives, and then by sharing photos and videos with ease from your phone all year long. Be the person who wins the holidays with Aura Frames. You can't wrap togetherness, but you can frame it. For a limited time, visit auraframes.com and get $45 off Aura's best-selling Carver matte frames, named #1 by Wirecutter, by using the promo code PHELPS at checkout. That's auraframes.com, promo code PHELPS. This exclusive Black Friday Cyber Monday deal, best of the year. So order now before it ends. Support us by mentioning Jeff Phelps at checkout. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Browns fans, Crown Royal is a proud partner of the Cleveland Browns. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with a Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal fueling game day with a generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
Shake, rattle, and snack with Mr. Hero's new home-style chicken tenders and chicken tender wraps. What makes ours so different from the rest? It's the sauce and the taste, of course. Choose from 6 bold flavors, including
$5 a line. The 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible board-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers, auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Listen for Earl to Pearl and Nick Padone, Friday from 8 till noon.
And then Anthony Allant and Mac Robinson from noon till 2:30.
As we take you up to the Black Friday matchup between the Bears and Eagles, your home of the NFL and Westwood One in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The more games he wins, the less chance the Browns would have to draft his replacement. You know, I mean, he needs to just keep winning. I just think if you're the Browns and he shows continued significant improvement on a week-to-week basis, that's really what you're looking for, because then you get really excited, I would think, about what he could look like with a full off-season. I said, you know, I'm reading all these reports, Shador, that you're cramming for a test. You know, it sounds like he's cramming. He's like, I don't have a choice. This is my opportunity. I have a healthy respect for the way he understood and embraced just how important Sunday was, quite frankly, for like the rest of his life.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, in the previous segment, the chat. I thought I'd wait enough time. The chat caught me on the burrito. It did.
Oh, it saw you eating the burrito?
Well, I think it saw me grab for the burrito, which is a good call that I'm then going to eat the burrito.
So I had to teach Daryl yesterday about the idea that like the chat is there for like 15 seconds before or after we basically do anything, and there's just an understanding of that. Kind of like how last week when I went down to the little bodega downstairs, somebody when they saw me and they said, "Oh, Nick's sure having a lot of Doritos this week, isn't he?" And I was like, yes, he is. But the fact that you knew that makes me smile. Oh, you missed something. Someone tried to subvert the chat while you were gone. Brilliant move. I wish I could remember the caller's name. So this guy calls on up, and in the opening, instead of being like his just rant on Shador and boom, getting after it, he goes, I was in the YouTube chat, and they were arguing back and forth. And essentially what he did is instead of just getting his point across to the YouTube chat because it thought it would get missed, he wanted to call up into the station so that all of the YouTube chat had to hear him firsthand.
That's brilliant.
Genius, right?
That is. And I'll be honest with you, we're here for that level of subterfuge.
It was great.
If you're there, if you're on the YouTube chat, and whether you want to bust my stones on my burrito or Doritos or anything that ends in Ito, Judge Lancito, whatever you want, or you just want to go ahead and talk smack to the YouTube chat, here's your chance, 216-474-0092. We said this at the beginning of the show. It is true. We're week to week with Shador. I think it's very obvious. I think if it wasn't that way, for instance, when they went to Dylan Gabriel, they weren't like, we'll see. It was, we're going to go to Dylan for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
So once again, there's a discrepancy in how they handled one quarterback to another. I'm fine with this simply because I think as long as Shador is making 2 to 3 big plays a game, I think he can make a couple. As long as you've got the right split of big plays, the off-script stuff, I think they'll be patient enough with the in-the-pocket stuff that I think they know it's just going to take time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm joking with what I'm going to say, but there was a part of me that after he made the Isaiah Bond throw, I said, okay, we can call it a day.
Yeah.
You know, like that's all I needed to see. I think for a lot of fans out there, that way you can call it right then and there. All right, we want to see more. This was much better than what we saw with Dylan. Let's get this thing going.
I really think, though, if he just keeps the big plays going, because, guys, he's so raw from the pocket. And I will say, I think that's what I think is the most fair, I don't want to say criticism, but critique of where he is what do you do in the pocket and how often do you go, I hate the word rogue because it's just making off-script plays. I think that's fair. That's an area he has to get better at, and some of that's going to come with a better offensive line. And the offensive line, I think, did play better against Vegas. Now, all this being said, long-winded, sorry. If he keeps those big plays going, and by the end of the season, you say in the pocket, all he does is get better by 25%. Guys, I don't think the bar's that high. If this was a better draft class, or if our position changes on the draft class, or if you just don't win enough games, because I think that's another angle to this, I think Shador has 6 games to make it a very interesting conversation. Do I think he can slam the door shut? You're going to have to go like 5-1 and put up some really insane stats for that to happen, and that's not a fair thing to expect. But do I think him just continuing to get better and making big plays, is that enough to have a real conversation? Yes, and that's the conversation you want. You want to have the difficult conversation be, well, do we stick with Shador for a full year and build around him? Or do you go to a quarterback in this draft? Because that means you have real options instead of, you want to bring Joe Flacco back?
Right. Or do the other, hey, maybe Deshaun Watson could start next season. That conversation. Like, he's put himself at the forefront of this, and he put himself in the catbird seat. Like this is your job now until you either take it and continue to run with it or you lose it. Like, it's all you could ask for. If you're Shador, this is all you could have asked for. It's like the old line with the guy that won the World Series of Poker in, like, 1983. It's like, all I need is a chip and a chair. That's it. All you need, a chip and a chair. That's all we needed was a chance.
So you remember a chip and a chair, but you don't remember the guy's name?
Don't remember for the life of me. It's this guy in, like, the early 1980s. He had basically...
Call him Reg.
He thought he was knocked out of the World Series of Poker, and then he found a chip. He just found one. He had one chip left somehow, and then he went on to win the World Series of Poker. And his line is, all you need is a chip and a chair.
That's a metaphor for life, folks.
That's it. That's all you need. But you got that chip and a chair, Shador. You got your opportunity.
We all just want a chip and a chair.
That's all you need.
Or I just want chips in my chair. 216-474.
More Doritos? We're back to Doritos?
I got to tell
Doritos,
you, Cool
Cheetos.
Ranch slaps, man. All right, it just hits.
You did have that big blue bag for, like, it felt like a while. Did you look over there hoping one would appear?
Well, no, since you said it, it was like the ghost of my Doritos bag. So it was like, maybe it's still there. That's right there with Sam Darnold's ghosts. Isaac in Shaker, what does Shador have to do to make it a real conversation at the end of the season, whether to go forward with him or draft a quarterback in April?
I think what he has to do is not what you just said. It's not the big plays. I don't think the big plays are really what you're going to measure him by, because we see that he can do that. I think the things that he has to do is the little small things. I mean, the maneuvering in the pocket, the footwork in the pocket, the checking down when he needs to check down, and knowing that I can't make this big play because I need to do it and do it for another play, because it's not there. And let's just make this play to live for another play. So I don't think it's the big plays that he needs to make. I think it's the consistency in the pocket. I think it's maneuverability in the pocket, even the check downs or the changing of plays, reading the blitzes a little bit better, getting rid of the ball better, knowing his hot man, hot reads, growing as a quarterback. I don't think it's the big plays, because that we know he can make already. So I think it's footwork. I think it's his reading of the defenses and all this other stuff, which will come in time. And he can do it. I mean, but one thing I said about it, I mean, I've seen the guy now, and I'm hopeful now, and I'm just hoping that he can be consistent in his play now, because that's the next step. I mean, because granted, we're not, the big play is not always going to be there. Managing the game is always going to be there. Making a consistent play is always going to be there. When to check down, footwork in the pocket, when to step up, and get rid of that pirouette. Okay, that's going to be hard to break because he's been doing it all his life. And quit going backwards. I think he did that last game, but we'll see if he gets a new habit and if he's coachable. And I think he's coachable. Though, because that's showing. That's
a lot of ands here, Isaac.
There's a lot of ands and no breaths. Isaac, we appreciate you, buddy. Good stuff there. Sorry, I meant to do this right there. I meant to drop you, not put you on hold. That would have been a D move. I'll put you on hold so you can wait longer. I do think it's funny. I think fans and players love the big plays, and they love the, hey, we might actually have a chance to score in this drive. And the things that coaches tend to love are the least sexiest things on the planet, things like game operations that Isaac was talking about. But that is the way. Like, doing those things even 25% of the way better with as little prep as he got previous as compared to Dylan, I think is a good way to earn the trust of Stfansky or the powers that be long term. 216-474-0092. What does Shador have to do over the final 6 games, or starting maybe this Sunday against San Francisco, to continue to earn the opportunity to make it a conversation this offseason about him being the starting quarterback for 2026? And from Shador's big game to the game in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. When it comes to TV ratings, the Kansas City Chiefs have been creeping up on the Dallas Cowboys as the #1 must-watch team. The two teams play each other on Thanksgiving and should set
potatoes better.
No way.
That's
better.
ridiculous.
Oh, they're so good.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows, The Fan, live and on demand now.
Ashley Bastock coming up in about 20 minutes here, as she does every single Wednesday here. This is the go-home edition for Thanksgiving, obviously tomorrow. To all of those youths that go out the night before Thanksgiving, Jax, looking right at you, buddy.
This is your night, man. This is it.
It's so funny. Like, we didn't have a term for it. We were just alcoholics when I was in college. But then, like, the generation, like the couple classes right after me really made the push into Wednesday as a celebratory day. And I'm just so proud of the youths for embracing that. I think that's awesome.
Blackout Wednesday.
Yeah.
Blackout Wednesday.
I don't know that I love the terminology. Because, see, back in my day, any day was a Blackout Wednesday if you really wanted it. And my generation just went harder. That's all. That was just being a jerk there. I don't mean it literally. But no, I do love that. But again, be safe out there and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not participating in it, so it's like it doesn't really matter to me at this point.
You're like 3 or 4 years younger than me, so you're right around the time that it became bigger than what it had previously been.
It was definitely a thing. I remember going home one year and being at this this random like pizza place / bar with a bunch of high school friends and a bunch of people that obviously all the same high school stuff. And I was like maybe like 21 or 22 and telling people that I was like, I'm trying to I want to be in media. Like, that's what I want to do. And then like all throughout the night, it got misconstrued to like me being on ESPN somehow. And then it was like me going around, people come up to me like, oh, I heard you're on ESPN these days. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, what are you talking about? And it turned into a whole fiasco. And I was like, you guys are just idiots.
All right.
You're just a bunch of idiots. Also, if I was on ESPN at that point, you should be treating me way differently than you currently are.
Yeah, I'd have like a jacket and everything. There is a part of me, like, I still felt like it was pretty informal when I was a kid, when I was a college student.
Okay.
I just don't know when it became formalized.
It definitely has become more of a thing in, I don't know, maybe like the past, 10, 15 years, somewhere around there.
And by the way,
we were starting it. Yeah, it definitely should have been a thing the entire time.
Now,
maybe it was, and I just didn't know.
I'm a little uncomfortable with the people my age picking this up, like people who didn't get it when we were in college, so now they're really, like, I guarantee you, Spunkmeyers, Wadsworth, wonderful place to go. Guarantee you there's going to be one too many 45-year-olds there tonight, and that I think is interesting. No judgment. We do not judge on this show. Let your freak flag fly in whichever direction you want, but you can just have a couple people over. If you own your own house, you can just kind of have a bunch of people over and have some drinks. I think that's I feel like infringing on the younger.
This almost feels like when you wanted to invite yourself to Jax's wrestling party.
That was a wrestling party. That's totally different.
Is that not Jax? Are we not living in
by the way,
the same area code here?
Go ahead, Jax.
It's a little similar.
All right. Let's let the record reflect.
Yeah.
I wanted an invite so that I could turn it down. All right? I just thought everybody knew I'm a big wrestling fan and a real one, unlike other people who pretend to be wrestling fans.
Yeah.
Who just watched it in like 1988 and still make references from 1988 wrestling because, pandering.
He's not talking about me. I tell you every chance I get wrestling.
It's nobody that the station right now or today.
Yeah, that's not who you're talking about.
But no, I just wanted an invite. I would have turned it down because it would have been weird to be the old man there, but I just would have liked the invite. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jax, is that how we're going to let him rewrite the story? Is that how that goes?
Yeah, whatever makes him happy. It's his first day back. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
I support your holiday. You can support me back there, youth. 216-474-0092. Is there an age limit on Blackout Wednesday going out? I just think if you had a chance.
You want us both to participate from our houses?
No. I'm not going to do it.
Try.
I'm going to black out of my house like a responsible adult.
I was waiting till Thursday to black out, but then that was going to be it. I don't know.
I'm just curious if people still do it when they're our age because it just sounds like a nightmare to me being around that many people.
I don't want to go Wednesday and Thursday, and then, I got one day. I don't do back-to-back days at this point in life. I don't even get to do one day. You know how this works with me. I'm as sober as a jaybird these days.
Yeah.
I've decided, like, Thursday is my big day, and I'll be very disappointed, by the way, if I decide to get loaded on Thursday, have, like, a drink, and I'm, like, not feeling it, because that's happened recently, too.
Yeah, this is the beauty of where I am at my life. So the downside of the flu is my whole family's been sick the last 5 days now. The upside is we really can't have anybody over and we're not going anywhere. So your boy has a 3-day runway of just... I'm not going to say I'm going to drink every day because I'm not an alcoholic, but I will think about it every day.
You can do back-to-backs at this point?
No, I feel like absolute crap.
Yeah, I can't even. My brain hurts even thinking about a back-to-back.
But I got a couch in my office. I can lay there. I can recuperate, and then we put up some Christmas decorations.
That's why Wednesday for people our age. I'm 36. People our age. My goodness, but like
we are the same age.
But like people
from 40 to 36
general,
is the same age now.
People in general, though, if you go Wednesday, I got one day to choose. If I go Wednesday, then Thursday I got to see all sorts of family and all sorts of people. Like I don't want to be hungover for that.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I'll do that on Friday. Friday I can be hungover and I can be fine. Thursday, I'd rather have a full slate of NFL games, be able to eat, be able to drink, be able to do everying, and then feel good about it on Thursday.
See, I think the beauty about Thanksgiving is you can drink and eat as much as you want because the food's going to sop up the booze. So there shouldn't be a hangover there. Although, if you do have 3 drinks when you're this age, you will get hungover whether you got drunk or not.
I'm going to get hungover regardless, yeah. Oh, and by the way, in perfect me fashion, I started a diet yesterday, right before, 2 days before Thanksgiving.
All right, what's that about?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't create the rules. I just did it, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, damn it. Like, I didn't think about this at all.
This is right in line with the people who are like, January 1st. I'm turning over a new leaf on January 1st.
I looked really fat on Monday. I was like, you know what? We can't do this.
That's what you took away from the Cannon video?
Not that. Well, that was. There was one view. There was one view, yes. The Jake Murrin side view. I was like, oh, no. That's not a good look. There's a lot of rolls there.
You know what? I'll tell you this. We got Friendsgiving next Saturday.
Here we are.
Sunday. That's when I start it all. No, of course not. It's no. This is the worst time of the year to start anything.
Oh, and I'm going to be that person too. I'm going to be that person on Thanksgiving. That's
I can't.
I'll have one piece of French silk pie. I'll take one.
Yeah, and
only one. Please.
Then when you go back to second, or you go back for the second one, everyone's going to know you're a cheap.
But we both know I have no control.
Yeah, John, I thought you were only going to have one. Lay off me! I'm starving.
Do I look like I'm just going to have one?
You call someone's grandma the H word?
Hey, my grandma's not there. It's all right.
Neither is Grammy Pat.
No, Mama Pat.
Yeah, Mama Pat. She'll want to fondle you from the great beyond.
R.I.P.I.P.
That's okay, Johnny. Have another piece.
We still talk about the pie.
There's no calorie in this pie, Johnny.
Oh, stop it. All right, we're having fun.
We're having fun. 216-474-0092 against our better discretion, Mike in Akron. Welcome to Blackout Wednesday.
Hey, fellas. Let me just tell y'all real late to this party. Because where I come from, the day before Thanksgiving is like Christmas Eve. Even back in college, that's the day everybody got home. It was always ladies' night at some club in town. Club would be packed. You got to see folks that you didn't go to school with that were still at home. It's always been a big deal. So by the time I get this age, it's not as big as a deal, but people still get together. Like we might go to each other's house or something, chop it up. But it's always been a big day for us.
Oh, you know what, Mike? Here's the thing, though, because I remember what we called it back then, though. We called it Drinksgiving.
We didn't have no name. It was just the day before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it was Drinksgiving. It was much more.
It was something different. And now we've moved on to Blackout Wednesday.
Yeah, we coined it now.
Mm-hmm.
It was just the day before Thanksgiving,
Mike.
But it was still a celebratory day.
We appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, you got it, Mike.
Happy Thanksgiving, buddy. Drinksgiving.
That's what it was. Yeah. Everyone's going out for Drinksgiving.
Could you be more a-holes?
That's what it was.
But
that's like when you're telling Jack he's an a-hole for saying Blackout Wednesday.
I didn't say he was an a-hole.
No, it'd be like if you did say that, though. Like, he didn't create it. It's just kind of what we all went by.
The funny thing is, while I'm chiding you for that, I'm pretty sure I remember some nomenclature similar to that.
Exactly
It was
right.
like,
yeah.
oh, maybe we did have more of a formal thing than I realized.
Now, Blackout Wednesday just seems way more intense.
Yeah, it seems almost like there's a little pressure there.
Well, you got a mission.
Yeah.
It seems like if you don't hit that
I
mission.
prefer to go in thinking, I'm not going to get that crazy. And then you get that crazy as opposed to thinking, going in, I'm going to get that crazy. Because that's how you get arrested.
I always do like when you're just like, I was going to be good, but the night got away from me.
Kind of like your diets.
I think I'm going to be good on Thursday. I think I'm going to be good.
Come on, buddy.
I'm having a good day today.
I know today
and yesterday.
Yeah,
in a lead up for the failure that's going to happen tomorrow.
It's a cleanse.
I know.
It's a cleanse.
2 days,
Make more
two
room.
good days, and then I'll be like, oh, I did good.
I was a good boy.
I did good.
Give me more Grammy Pat's pie. Chris in Chicago. Welcome to the show.
Boy. Hey, guys. So back in the olden times, when the Cavaliers used to play in Richfield, and as a Richfield resident when I was a kid, the Cavs game was a must for that Wednesday before Thanksgiving. So all your buddies came in from college or whatever, you'd go to the Cavs game. Now, the fun thing was getting to the flats from Richfield, 30-minute drive or whatever. The not-so-fun part was trying to get back to Richfield after the flats. So, but that's how it was done, and I wish the Cavs would. I know, whatever. I don't know if that's not a thing anymore. They're obviously not home tonight. That was always like a big thing, though. The Cavs always seemed to be home on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and it was always a fun night out.
That actually would be a very nice tradition, right? Like anybody, Chris, we appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks,
Happy
Chris.
Thanksgiving.
Good to hear from you.
Anyone can do Christmas basketball. That's become, 10 teams play on Christmas Day now. That's not special. Anyone can do, there's 3 or 4 Thanksgiving football games every year. Blackout Wednesday Cavs home game. Why did the Cavs, Cavs bring it back.
It's just a good time.
You bought back the old jerseys. You bought back losing in the second round of the playoffs, a la the Richfield years. Come on, bring it all back. 216-474.
I missed that one in the promotional schedule this year.
I just spit into the microphone. That's great. We're having fun. That's all that matters. 216-474-0092. This is the easiest day of the year to get fired, too, by the way. Is all the pressure on Ryan Day heading into... That was going to be the topic here. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, joins us to talk about Shador and the runway going forward in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
a mattress from the wonderful people at Northeast Factory Direct. But Northeast Factory Direct wasn't around back then, so I'm able to sleep easy on a Sleep Easy mattress from Northeast Factory Direct. Go to one of their 4 great locations and sleep easy. In Cleveland, Euclid, Macedonia, and North Canton. And online first, NortheastFactoryDirect.com.
This is the only place to hear from Shador immediately after the game. The official Cleveland Browns postgame show, only on 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got quick hits coming up in the next, carry the 40 minutes or so. We've also got Shador's interesting answer when asked about Kevin Stfansky and the sabotage allegations. That's coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. But Shador was good on Sunday. The Browns won. Feels nice. As we head into the San Francisco game, it is time to talk with one of our favorite weekly guests. You hear her here every Wednesday, 3:20, Cleveland.com. Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com joins us on the Fan Hotline right now. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Guys, it's so much more fun to do these when we're coming off of a win and have some different things to talk about, right?
It really is. And not just that, just my entire disposition. The weather stunk so bad that I needed a Browns win to just keep me vibrant in life. I will ask you, because we have to ask everybody, now that we've had the benefit of hindsight for a couple days, how do you think Shador graded out in his first NFL start?
I think the most promising thing to me about what Shador did was generate explosive plays. In one start, he now has the 3 longest offensive plays that this offense has produced this season. So that is, to me, just so clearly what they were missing, and that alone warranted him keeping the starting job for right now, in my opinion, because the Browns just haven't been able to push the ball down the field this year. And really, I would argue that goes back to last year when they had to move away from Jameis Winston because he was turning the football over too much. So I feel like if I had to put a letter grade on it, I would give it a solid B right now. He didn't do anything too incorrectly. He got the ball down the field. He did enough to win the football game. So I think that's weighted higher in that letter grade there. But I think there's still work to be done. And, the Browns and Shador have talked about that. And I think it's kind of that survive and advance mindset. You have to go week to week, keep adding more into the playbook, adding more into his responsibilities, and go from there. But again, the fact that it was enough to get a win, and he's the first rookie to get a win post 99 in his first start, that's all promising to me right now.
Should Dillon Gabriel be crying in his electrolyte martini right now? Or do you think he's just thinking to himself, one bad week with Shador and I'm back in there?
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to cry into the electrolyte martinis. Look, I really am curious just with the number of games left, 6 games, that's a long time. Anything can happen in 6 games. And, I wouldn't be surprised in theory if they do want more even sample sizes on these guys, or look, if turning the football over becomes a problem for Shador, which I don't know how risky that is going to be with him, because obviously his accuracy is what he's so good with. So I'll be curious to see if they do want to go back to Dillon at some point and just get a larger sample size on him. But for right now, I think this opportunity is Shador Sanders's, and it's his to hold on to make the most of, or it's his to lose. So kind of a similar position that Dillon Gabriel was in before he got the concussion. And now Shador has to do everything he can to show the Browns, what he said in that pregame broadcast to CBS. He wants to show them that he's the guy they've been looking for. And I think he has to play clean games from here on out and do everything he can to keep that job for sure.
So moving to another big storyline on offense, last Wednesday when he had you, we were talking about Jerry Judy speaking about 2 words per answer. He goes out, had a couple things happen on Sunday, but didn't light the box score up by any means. This week we got about 3 to 4 words per answer from Jerry. I guess as the situation has evolved, do we have any new information about where Jerry is and how salvageable this is with his apparent frustration with the Browns?
Yeah, I actually think that Jerry was more himself today. And from everything I've gathered and from what Jerry said today, it sounds like what happened last week was more related to something off the field. And today he said, I am a football player, but that's not the only part of my life, when he got asked directly about that short press conference last week. So that to me just kind of confirmed what we had been hearing. So look, I think obviously the other big point to come out of today was him talking about that fumble. That was the one catch he made in that game. One other target he had was an interception. One was an overthrow. But he makes a 39-yard catch and has that fumble because he doesn't notice Jeremy Chin behind him ready to peanut punch the football out. And he did talk about today what happened on that play and that he was trying to make a move. He thought he was going to have a chance to score a touchdown. I just rewatched it before I got on with you guys, and you do see that little sort of skip he takes. Looks like he's ready to cut back inside. So, I think things are salvageable this season for Jerry Judy. I think it's just going to take a couple of good games to get things rolling. And hopefully he's helped along by the fact that Shador was able to generate some of those explosives in the passing game, because for me on Sunday, so much of their success came back to him completing that 52-yard pass to Isaiah Bond early. I thought it forced the Raiders to play, to keep the Raiders defense honest, I should say. And to me, it's a direct correlation between that play happening and then later in the game, Dylan Sampson getting that little screen pass, because then those plays are open and he turns it into a 66-yard score. So I think that's when you see complementary things happening on the offense. And that to me is what is going to help Jerry Judy, help him get open, help him get looks downfield. But yeah, those guys are going to have to get their chemistry going. I think it's not just important for Jerry, but it's important for Shador Sanders to have his wide receiver one producing at a level that he quite honestly has not produced at yet this year.
Ashley, I have a new selling point for Myles Garrett. I feel like last offseason when he wanted out, the Browns could have offered nothing in return. There was no, hey, stay with us because of reasons X, Y, or Z. We just didn't have anything on the table. Now, at this point, because of the sacks that he's able to get, and it's because of the defensive line that he's able to play with, the Browns can legitimately offer up to him this offseason if he tries to do the same type of thing. All right, you just got to break the sack record, potentially. You just got to have everyone tell you how great you are for the entire season based off of that production. The Bills can't promise you that. The Eagles can't promise you that. The Lions can't promise you that. Are the Browns carving out a nice selling point for Myles here?
I think they are. I honestly, quite frankly, think they had that last year in the fact of him winning Defensive Player of the Year in 2023. Look, he had a good season that year. I think we're realizing this year that there was more in the tank for him that he had in terms of his individual production, because that season when he won, the Browns really went to bat for him and talked at length, everyone in interviews, Kevin Stefanski, Jim Schwartz, they let Myles go at it. In terms of why he was deserving. And even though his sack production trailed off, they made sure to keep hammering that point home, and I do think it helped him. So I would say they kind of had that last
but there's a difference between 14 sacks and then 27 sacks.
There is. From the production standpoint, there is a difference. And I think, again, we are seeing this different level unlocked to him in this scheme. And they finally, for the first time, the last 3 years, they've been trying everything to get interior production, and they've finally found it. And really, Malik Collins is actually the key to that for me, because I think Mason Graham is coming along really nicely. I think a big part of that is because of Malik, and then both of those guys chasing down quarterbacks is helping Myles. So definitely a selling point with this D-line and this system and the attack style that they finally managed to get up and down that unit and not just have Myles Garrett be the only guy and then there's everyone else and no one's even getting 5 sacks. So that to me is a big selling point for sure.
Ashley, how real is the potential noise between Tommy Reese and the UCLA head coaching job? And what if he did go back to the college game, what would that tell you about maybe where the Browns stand here with 6 games to go in the season?
That's an interesting question because, we know Tommy Reese's name was popping up last year, including for the North Carolina job that obviously went to Bill Belichick. So I think for me, these rumors or, if Tommy Reese interviews for anything, that just goes to show less about the Browns and more so about what people in football think of Tommy Reese. Like, he's one of these younger offensive minds that I think both college programs and, maybe even potentially NFL head coaching jobs, that he's going to be appealing, because that's just the trend of the game right now, right? I mean, especially in the NFL, you see teams taking chances on younger, offensive-minded head coaches all the time. But as far as the college games go, I wouldn't be surprised to see him get interest. And obviously, he's worked and called plays at some of the biggest college programs, both at Notre Dame and Alabama. Obviously, he played for Notre Dame. Like, it just wouldn't be shocking to me for him to get interest, to get interviews, to get phone calls, all of those things, because I do think people in the college game still think very highly of him. But look, I think it doesn't necessarily mean anything about the state of the Browns. I think it's just like a guy making a career move, if that would even transpire. That's kind of my read on it.
Did the Browns look good just because they played the Raiders, or do you think there's really something to this in the 49ers game? We have a real chance.
That is a both, I guess, kind of answer from me, because I think some of what they did well is because the Raiders are a bad football team. That being said, I do think the explosive plays Shador was able to generate were legit. I obviously think this defense is legit. I've thought it is a Super Bowl caliber defense. They proved it again because they did what they were supposed to do against a really bad offensive line. They hit the quarterback 20 times. They got 10 sacks. Miles had another multi-sack game. So I think those things are very real. The other thing I think is real is the history between Jim Schwartz and Kyle Shanahan. I was sitting here today. I remembered that being a big talking point in 2023, the last time these two teams played. And now, after that game, Jim Schwartz's defenses, in any context, so that's him as like a coordinator or head coach, and Kyle Shanahan as a coordinator or head coach, Jim Schwartz is 8-1 against Kyle Shanahan defenses. So I do think, or Kyle Shanahan offenses, excuse me. So that is real to me. And like, I just have this feeling kind of that this could be like that 2023 game where it's weird. The weather's not supposed to be great. Obviously the 49ers don't have Nick Bosa. They don't have Fred Warner. They're really good linebackers. So there's some personnel things going on with them, but they're still an 8-4 football team. So I think this game is going to come down to what a Robert Saleh defense actually can do against Shador Sanders and this offense, if they're going to be able to throw it off. But the Jim Schwartz performance against Kyle Shanahan is always interesting to me when the Browns play the 49ers these last handful of years.
All right, Ashley, before we go, what's the best Thanksgiving main protein option?
The best Thanksgiving main protein option. I mean, I got to go with turkey. I don't really like ham. This is like a whole thing in my family. Like, everyone knows it. So I don't like ham, and I know that's an unpopular take. So I guess I got to go with turkey, and you can tell me I'm wrong.
We're not going to do that. No. We're pretty open on this show.
Yeah.
Whether it's turkey, ham, oh my gosh, I was leaving one earlier, brisket, or some prime rib.
What would you take off the table, though? Like, I think cranberry sauce getting rolled out once a year seems kind of right for cranberry sauce. I think stuffing should get more than a once-a-year rollout. Like, what are you taking off the table?
What am I taking off the table? I would take cranberry sauce off the table because I quite honestly don't even eat it. So
right there with
whatever.
you. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whatever. I won't miss it. My hot take is, though, too, like, give me a good, like, roast chicken over a turkey, though. Like, 90% of the time, I feel like that's the move. So
yeah. Roast chicken with, like, a
I'm
good
waiting
brine.
for that idea. Yeah,
that's
like,
a win.
It's better than turkey, right?
I'm just thinking of one of those like $5 chickens from Walmart.
Ashley just loves the rotisserie chicken.
They get their rotisserie chicken, they just plop it down. I'm like, here's your Thanksgiving meal. Yeah. Those are good.
Why not? Just give me a rotisserie chicken.
Ashley, great stuff. Happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for being with us all football season long.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Ashley Bastock there, Cleveland.com and the Fan Hotline. We'll react to what she had to say and the idea that more changes could be coming in Berea in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there.
But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Scattered snow showers and windy overnight tonight. Low of 33.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
I think for me, like these rumors or, if Tommy Reese interviews for anything, like that just goes to show less about the Browns and more so about what people in football think of Tommy Reese. Like he's one of these younger offensive minds that I think both college programs and, maybe even potentially NFL head coaching jobs that he's going to be appealing because that's just the trend of the game right now, right? I mean, especially in the NFL, you see teams taking chances on younger offensive-minded head coaches all the time. But, I wouldn't be surprised to see him get interest. And obviously, he's worked and called plays at some of the biggest college programs, both at Notre Dame and Alabama. Obviously, he played for Notre Dame. Like, it just wouldn't be shocking to me for him to get interest, to get interviews, to get phone calls, all of those things.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, with her weekly appearance here on the show, breaking down the Tommy Reese rumors to UCLA. I believe the betting services have him as is it true odds-on favorite to be the next head coach at UCLA?
Yeah, he's 2-1. Tony White, the defensive coordinator for Florida State, is 9-2, which is about like plus 450, right? So, he's there. He's the lead dog.
So, can we just start with this? Tommy, don't go. It's not a good job. Like that's an awful job.
It's a good sell. So the hard part. There's a couple things that I was thinking about that make this hard. He grew up in Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. His dad was an assistant at UCLA and coached there for like 30 years. Mm-hmm. So like if there's a school that he grew up like in his blood, at least having that. And his dad stopped coaching there in the early 90s, so he didn't grow up on the sidelines of UCLA. But like that's got to be a big part of his dad's life. So I would imagine the way that we all are, we're impressionable with our dads. I would imagine that's a pretty good job, all things considered, for him when he's thinking about things.
I mean, I think he just needs to do the basic math that Chip Kelly would rather be Ohio State's offensive coordinator than UCLA's head coach, and then would rather be Vegas's offensive coordinator than Ohio State's offensive coordinator. I think Tommy Reese, listen.
Wow, so Chip Kelly cannot play Schlesinger again for 3.5 years?
That's also fair. The only thing I would say is I honestly do think Tommy could be a really good head coach at either the pro or college level, but entry point as a head coach is so incredibly important. And UCLA is just, I think they're the next Rutgers. I think they're the next Maryland. Like, I think they're going to spend the next 10 years in the basement of UCLA, and I don't think anyone's pulling the nose up on that thing.
That's a big fall for them. It still is perceived. I mean, I don't know. What are you making in that job? $3 million, $3.5 million, though?
Yeah, but can't you make that as the OC in Cleveland?
Well, so that's kind of where the conversation becomes interesting. Like, are you going to is he leveraging this to go ahead and get a big payday from the Browns? And then on top of that, it was one good game with Shador, but is this enough to then give him that big payday? Like, has he earned the big payday?
So
up until a couple weeks ago, we were talking about this offense as for the previous 3 years. Albert Breer called it the worst offense in the NFL over a 3-year stretch.
So I think it begs. Do you think the offense has been better under Tommy Reese? Sure.
You know, I just want to know how we're really looking at this thing. Like, how do we? I get we all seem to like Tommy Reese. Seems like he's done a nice job, but we're basing that off of 2 weeks instead of the whole time that he's been here, and how putrid this offense has been. Also with the idea, so you're going to give him a bunch of money, so that clearly locks you into Stfansky for a long time too, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's either this is leverage to try and make the offensive coordinator thing full-time and the play calling thing full-time with a nice little raise. And honestly, it might just be leverage for clarity on your future so that you can understand how to operate over the next 6 to 7 weeks. So you can land in the best spot if it's not in Cleveland, or it is people starting to read the tea leaves and realizing that, hey, you might have some success here, but in the end, it's probably going to be Kevin's ass at the end of the year.
We call this one the old De Podesta. The house is getting cleaned, and all of a sudden, everyone's going to other jobs in other places.
So so much of the messaging from the Browns is this was a long time in the making. Paul just wanted to go back to baseball, and both you and I said hooey. It seemed like Paul was set to have a job until he wasn't going to have a job anymore, and him not being here anymore is certainly, I don't think it's coincidence. You can no longer, if in season, the guy you promoted to be the offensive coordinator 4 weeks ago, and your chief strategy guy, and I'm not going to do the whole, president of, don't care. Stupid title, stupid job, he sucked at it. Sorry, I'm still pissed at Paul DePodesta. Mm-hmm. But if both those guys leave in season, there's no way, you can't, you got to win. Just go
the
get
Rats
a couple
are leaving
wins.
the ship.
Yes.
I mean, that's it. It couldn't be more obvious. And so I do think it is interesting that Tommy Reese was, recently, it was a month ago when the job opened up.
Recently?
Yeah, don't even get me started there.
Or recently.
So, but he was like 4th, 5th, 6th as far as best odds are concerned, and now he's climbed all the way to the top. Like, Vegas isn't idiots. You guys know this. Vegas knows what's going on. I don't know if this means that Tommy Reese has done interviews with UCLA while the season is going on, which is also a very interesting development that maybe we can unpack at some point. But I don't think it's an accident that he shot to the top of the board.
Also, is the Browns OC job that, not thought of around football, that he can't be in a real job like Penn State? But some guy named Bob Chznney, I think it's Kenny's dumber older brother.
Oh, no.
Is the second best odds to become the next Penn State head coach. Think of how bad things have to get. How do you Bob Chznney?
Bob Chznney? How do you have a dumber version of Kenny Chesney? I like Kenny Chesney, too.
Bob Chznney?
No, I like Kenny Chesney. I don't want to do that to him.
He sold me used tires in Wadsworth the other day, Bob Chznney did. That's not a major college head football coach.
Uh-huh. Now, what's your...
Hey, guys. Hey, Bob Chznney. Nice to meet you.
Sounds like you're going to sell you insurance. What's your take on Tony White now? Let's go through the list.
You're not setting me up fairly with that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Tony White, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Bob Chznney, it's a free-for-all.
Tony White, totally, that's a coach name right there. But Bob Chznney? Bob Chznney.
Okay.
If my daughter brought home Bob Chznney, I'd punch him in the you-know-whats and I'd kick him out of my house.
What do you hate
find
about,
a real man.
What do you hate about Kenny Chesney so much?
Bob Chznney. Say the name.
What do you hate about...
Say the name.
I get it, but I've never made the connection with Kenny Chesney as being a dope name.
It's just Bob Chznney. Like, Bob Chznney is going to do your taxes and probably get you audited from the government. Like, he's not even a good accountant. That's Bob Chznney. That's not the head coach of Penn State.
You're taking out Kenny Chesney dislike on Bob Chznney right now. What's happening here.
I can dislike Kenny Chesney
and think
Bob Chesney's the dumbest name.
In the wrong places.
Also, by the way, all Bob Chznney did was follow in the aftermath of Curt Cignetti. He hasn't even built his own program. People are like, look what he did at James Madison. You mean after freaking Curt Cignetti?
But that even feels like a big jump. Going from James Madison to UCLA does feel like a big jump.
Bob Chznney.
I think he should take the job.
Come on down to Bob Chznney Ford. You ain't got the best Ford Explorers, 1998s. Doesn't even sound new used. Some old Fords.
If I didn't love classic Chevy so much, I'd totally go over to Bob Chznney Ford.
I wouldn't buy.
I like the sound of that.
I wouldn't buy the smoothest.
I do like the sound of that.
Chevy 1500. I know what they're called. Silverado 1500 High Country.
Yeah.
Bob Chznney couldn't give me one of those. All right. I'm not.
Bob Chesney's third on the board here
at Penn State.
No, for UCLA.
Yeah, the third there, second at Penn State. Get this guy out of here. Get this fraud out of here. Bob Chznney. That's a creative coach.
He's second at Penn State?
The second best odds at Penn State, yeah.
You're right. Well, that really speaks to the idea that we have no good college coaches right now.
Hey,
that's what that really does speak to.
You won't come be your Nittany Lion.
He's not
Bob
Kenny Chesney. I got to look up Bob Chesney now. I don't know. I have no idea what. I don't know what Bob Chesney looks like. But the idea
he's
that
like
you made
Hillbilly Seinfeld,
the dumber version of Kenny Chesney. Like, so Kenny Chesney's like in shape. He's got all these things going for himself. And you
his
made
name's
Bob
Kenny.
Bob Chesney doesn't look like an idiot.
Let me see.
Bob Chesney looks like Dan Lanning is what he looks like.
Yeah, I don't care. Underneath all that,
this is
a
new
fat
college,
hillbilly waiting to happen.
This is new college coach prototype is what he looks
48.
like.
He's 48.
Yeah, which is wild because he looks young.
March to Chandlersville. Or Charlottesville. I'll get the joke right.
Chandlersville.
He was down there marching just randomly in St.
Chancellorsville. I don't know.
Oh, my God. Guys, he went to Salve Regina.
That's a good-looking 48,
He was
by the
coaching at Salve Regina. Who wouldn't want Salve Regina's head coach from 2010? Some say that's his best year. Oh, he was at Assumption. He was the Assumption Greyhounds head coach. Hey, coach, we're going to win? That's a fair assumption.
This is a very weak resume. You can see why Tommy Reese is at the top of their board. They might pay Tommy Reese $3 or $4 million just so they don't hire Bob Chznney with basically zero experience.
Look at Bob Chznney. Look at that.
That's a bad photo. Somebody did him bad
this
there.
This is Steve Belichick sticking out his tongue on the sideline looking dumb.
That's a dumb photo.
Come on down to Bob Chznney, baby. Gonna give you gently used 1999 Durango. No, I'm not gonna finish that joke.
You want to finish that one?
No. Again, don't get fired today. That's the only mission we really have here. Bob Chznney, does that sound like a real guy? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Tune in Thursday for the Thanksgiving Day triple header. The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Nick and JP, we're going to get to quick hits in just a minute. We do have to get to Shador and Stfansky in about 20 minutes, but our guy FNC on Instagram saying Bob Chznney has to wear a girdle because he slipped a disc a few years back while showing an F-150 to a concrete contractor. Then he says, this is where it felt a little personal to me.
Yeah.
I said, Bob Chznney uses a CPAP because he snores like a freight train due to his sleep apnea. His wife, Wanda, sleeps in the spare room most nights. Hey, we can all be Bob Chznney there, okay? I snore like a freight train.
We've not discussed your sleep apnea results.
That's not true. That's moderate.
You didn't tell me.
Moderate.
What was your score?
The doctor didn't tell me. She just said, because I'm going to the next doctor next week.
Yeah.
But I have moderate.
Moderate.
That was the word. So not life endangering, but just enough to really make my life tougher.
Are you going to get the machine?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
I use it every night.
We
game changer.
We'll be sleep apnea buddies.
Well, we were
take pictures in our masks the day before.
Brothers in arms. Yeah. We can't. I mean, you're going to. No one looks good in those masks, man.
Nobody does.
I mean, everyone.
But
just
that's
looks
why
awful.
it's our safe place.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're going
we
to send it
both
to me
look
and be
bad.
like, do I look like Darth Vader now? I'm going to be like, I don't know, Nick. I don't know.
Oh, wait, no, that's not me snoring. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Bob Chznney, baby. Ooh, that's an Elvis impersonator.
I do. She thinks my tractor's sexy in the Bob Chznney voice.
No, because I just did an Elvis, so it's going to get worse from here. Let's just get it. Everyone is weighing in on the Shawars, as they're going to be known in the future, including comedian Bill Burr, who went on BetMGM and answered why he thinks people don't like Shador.
The guy likes to dress nice.
And here's the deal.
He likes to have a nice car. He likes the women that like that stuff. Who is he hurting? The egos of fat sports writers wearing Hawaiian shirts. Never came close to top shelf. That's why they don't like him.
Agree or disagree with the overarching theme.
All right, so now we know. If you disagree, if you don't like Shador, it's just because of that take right there.
You just never got top shelf.
Never close to top shelf, you know what?
Yep. So it was a funny bit until he hit the top shelf line, at which point last night I had finally stopped getting sick, and then I laughed so hard it almost made me get sick for the last time. It is so funny. I continue to try and understand people that just don't like the kid. And they really are. I want to continue to make this point to just the casual Browns fans who might not realize this. They have nothing against the kid because they're not paying attention to the kid. They have a problem with the noise around the kid. And I honestly, there was a Christian blogger who had issue with Shador after the game, being like, this is what I did without really any offseason help. And talked about humility. And I'm like, if you'd paid more attention to Shador, you'd realize humility is one of like the five things.
The humility rant that Mangini went on, by the way,
absolutely.
too. He did the same type of thing.
I'd be like, you're lost in the sauce. You're just not paying attention. You're just reacting to the noise. You're not reacting to the kid. Because even though he has some moments where it's like, he's a little full of himself, humility is there more often than not.
Well, it's also just the idea, like I love the meme that put J.J. McCarthy out there and then showed him doing his angry face. And it's like when J.J. does it, it's confident. How great is this? But then when Shador does it, it's arrogance.
Oh, no, everybody. All it's right. 9's on the loose.
Yeah, we're so scared.
It's just like Stranger Things, except he's an awful quarterback that nobody wants to watch. 9.
Omaha!
You went Bob Chznney on J.J. McCarthy there.
I didn't have a voice to go to because I'd already used the voice for Bob Chznney. Bob Chznney! Okay.
All right, so I want to ask you this based off of Myles Garrett's season. I don't know many people that have really paid attention to what could be an historic season. Everyone knows, JSN is having a great year, Jackson Smith and Jigba, but I don't know if everyone knows how historic this is. Through 11 games, he's got 1,313 receiving yards. That projects out to just over 2,000, right? Calvin Johnson with the single-season record, 1964. What's a more impressive breaking record if it happens this year, JSN or Myles Garrett in the sack total?
I'll say Myles Garrett because he's doing it on a losing team, whereas JSN is putting up these numbers in the offensive times of all offensive times.
All right, I like the take. It's a fair take because I instinctively went to I like watching wide receivers more than I like watching defensive ends and pass rushers get after the quarterback, and so I wanted to go towards that. But I think you're right. This is the offensive times that we're living in, and it's not as if sack totals have drastically changed from, let's say, 20 years ago. The only thing that's changed is the amount of games from 16 to 17 there.
To your point, though, I do think if both are up for grabs in the final 2 weeks of the season, I think JSN's potential record is going to get more hype.
But are we not approaching this with anywhere close to the same hype as Myles Garrett? Because why? Because we think it's going to fall off with JSN and it's not going to be something that he obviously breaks, or is it because it is just a offensive world that we live in? So the expectation now is every couple years we're going to have somebody that threatens to break this.
One, I think Seattle's a very meh team. Sam Darnold's a very meh quarterback. They put up good numbers, by the way, but there's nothing sexy or sensational about that team. And two, I just think Myles has been on a heater for the last 4 games in a way that he's not Myles had 5 sacks through the first 5 or 6 games.
He had a 3-game stretch with 0 sacks.
And so what he's done is just otherworldly. And when you're having 3 sacks a week or 3 sacks a week for 3 out of the last 4 games, you kind of got to pay attention to that a little bit more. It's just more in your face. Omaha! Josina Anderson is reporting that at least 2 NFL teams could have interest in Bill Belichick this coaching cycle, with a third team possible as well. Shall we speculate on what the teams that would actually have interest in Bill Belichick are?
Well, sure, we could speculate it. All right, wait, let's play with this for a second. Giants have got to be one of them, right?
I don't know about that. They actually might be too stable of ownership to go to Belichick, given all his nonsense right now.
I would just think it's always been a team that he's gravitated towards, always been a team that he's interested. They have the head coaching opening. All right.
I think you got the wrong New York team.
Are the Jets part of it? Okay, so you think the Jets are one.
Yeah, because they're desperate and stupid.
There's going to be a team that we haven't even considered, or a team that we shouldn't even be, like the Bengals type, one of those type teams. Not saying the Bengals. Is it the Packers, one of those type teams that we haven't yet considered? Are we thinking good team or bad team here?
I'm going to say smart organizations aren't going to be in on Belichick. The Jordan Hudson thing is too loud right now.
I don't understand the beef with Pablo Torre at this point. I don't know where that's gone.
She's just a drama queen.
Hey, can you even explain to me what the messages between the two of them are even about at this point?
She's a dumb 24-year-old. That's all that is.
And is it also, I think I've learned in the past 24 hours, it's Jordan?
No, she's...
Or is that made up? What's going on there?
I think it's a troll. I think she's 100% just a dumb 24-year-old troll.
What is that all about?
Can I give you one?
Yeah.
Atlanta.
Well, he just did the interviewing cycle with Atlanta, though. He did it. They said no. He. In fact, I thought Bill left embarrassed from that, to the point where I think he ended up at UNC just so he wouldn't feel like nobody wanted him. I almost wonder if Bill would say no thanks to Atlanta just based off of that alone.
I think Bill would run to any NFL. I think Bill would take the Browns job if it was open tomorrow.
I mean, it's got to be.
I think he's desperate. This UNC thing is an awful look, and if he doesn't get an NFL job this year, I don't think it gets easier from here.
I don't think the NFL job's going to go well either, though.
Neither do I.
I think you're signing up for a disaster.
Yeah,
it's going to
bring
worse.
Jordan and Rug Lombardi and all the other chuckleheads.
It's going to go like Pete Carroll in Las Vegas.
Honestly, it could go worse. He does. He could
almost impossible.
He could bring back Patricia and Brian Dable, though, so he could bring. He's got his NFL acolytes there for him.
There we go. All right, we have a media fight
again.
A media fight. Not
me.
No, not you.
Oh, thank God.
This one we have to go to Philadelphia for. Okay, so I'm going to set the scene for this. This is during Vic Fangio's press conference. Here we go.
We didn't get off in time.
Finish.
What's that?
When you're shut up.
No, when you're got to finish the answer before we start asking questions.
They're wasting.
Yeah, we're good. When it comes to call.
That laugh you heard was Fangio, by the way, laughing as the one reporter told the other reporter to shut up as he wanted to get his question off.
Wow. Do we know the reporters involved?
One of them was Reuben Frank. I know that. I don't know who the other reporter was.
Was Reuben Frank the one telling someone to shut up?
I think so, yeah.
I don't think... you and I have listened to a lot of press conferences. You and I... And there have been some contentious years where there's heat between the media over different reports and stuff. I cannot recall an incident where anyone in the Browns media or Cavs media or Guardians media has told another person on the beat to shut up.
It's out of bounds.
Like, I know there have been times where like they get pissed and when an interloper comes in out of nowhere and asks a question, but they don't say it. It then just becomes kind of the stuff we know behind the scenes. I've never heard another person be like, shut up.
Now I kind of want to, though.
It'd be a lot more interesting.
I know, but especially with the Browns beat.
Daryl's wanted to tell someone to shut up.
For sure he has. But the Browns beat's all the same people for so many years too, though. You know what I mean? Like they're all friendly with each other.
Friendly and so nice.
They're all nice,
and they're also not a-holes from Philly.
No, and that's the other thing. Well, in Philly though, so the other thing on that is that because the Browns beat, this is why it won't happen here. Is the Browns beat's the same collective? I don't know, 7-8 people, right? And like the Philly beat though. There's like 30 people covering that team. Like, there's a lot of people that could easily get angry at each other, and a lot of people that don't even really know each other. Whereas I feel like the Browns beat, they do dinners and such together. They're very cordial and nice to each other.
They're also from Philly, and those people are stinking crazy. Omaha! College Football Playoff Committee Chairman Hunter Yurachek went viral for this interaction discussing the latest college football rankings last night on ESPN.
But there was a change at 6-7 with Oregon and Ole Miss swapping spots. How much of an impact potentially could it be on Ole Miss if it's determined they don't have their head coach in the field?
6-7.
Oh, you're not serious.
Seriously, Rich, we didn't have any discussion about Ole Miss and their coach.
You're not a serious human. That can't be your reaction to that. You're not a serious person.
The college football world.
I don't take the committee serious at all now.
The college football world is furious that he would desecrate a show on ESPN with a 6-7 joke.
It's a joke. I get it. But
it's funny as hell. He landed the plane.
What is that?
I don't care.
You bring off this like, we take the committee. You call yourself the committee to begin with, by the way. You're taking yourself very seriously. But you have this presenting.
Can't make a joke when it's right there.
You have this presenting force of we are the all-knowing, all-encompassing, serious thing that decides
and you even
this
know
college football
cultural
committee.
Memes like 6-7.
You can't turn into a jokester at that point.
Yes, you can.
You can't go clown in that moment.
They didn't just.
You think you're Bill Burr trying to make jokes here?
There isn't white smoke billowing from the plumes in Big Ten offices or in NCAA offices.
When they present this like a serious thing. No, they present this like a serious thing. You can't then disrupt the process. You can't disrupt the serious process of this. To drop a 6-7.
No,
you're pulling back the curtain of what this all is. It's all a joke to begin with anyway.
Yes.
But you can't let people into the idea that it's a joke the way that it is.
By the way, professional wrestling admits that it's scripted now.
Well, I'm glad you finally admit it.
Scripted. Didn't say fake. Scripted. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
There's a difference. Now, the problem is you're siding with the college football traditionalists.
It made me
who
mad.
Are humorless a-holes.
It made me mad to
who
hear
make covering college
Only
football a
they
nightmare.
Present themselves this way.
Guys,
and they present as the all-authoritating committee that can do no wrong and knows all and all this. You gave it 6-7.
That's the thing that undermines it, not the fact that it's clearly a bleep show.
It does. The hours and hours they try to present you with and tell you that these guys do the studying and everything behind this.
They watch the tape
to then just make it into the joke that we've all known it to be the entire time. That's the problem there. You can't then let us in on the fact that you also know it's a joke and you don't take it as serious as we want you to.
Charming or Chotch, Hunter Yurachek's 6-7 joke in the damn midst.
Hunter, you're a joke is what I call him.
I'm not going to give you that. You know what I am?
Look at Jax.
Jax, really?
Jax.
You got Jax. You know
Jax
what?
over there.
Golf clap.
It's been a couple times today where I look over. I got nothing from you on it, and then I look over at Jax, and Jax loves it.
The same thing.
Keeps me going.
Jax is the core here. 216-474-0092. Charming or Chach? Hunter Yurachek, 6'7" joke. And when we come back, Shador was asked straight up with a follow-up about the calls of Stfansky and sabotage. What more can you want? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back out on the afternoon drive. Nick and JP. We got Pete Futek coming up at 5:40. I apparently started that with some sort of a Scottish accent. Little NFL news to pass along. Frank Ragnow unretiring to be the Lions center once again. That's a pretty significant move for a Lions offense that has been up and down over the last couple weeks.
The Brad bots must be thrilled. Brad Holmes taking a lot of heat in Detroit over the recent couple weeks because they feel like they didn't do enough on that offensive line, and they feel like they're basically throwing away a championship caliber team because they just did nothing, and they did nothing at the deadline as well. So it's almost like a Joe Bitonio trick where it's like, come on back, save me, and so we're not in a situation where we're just screwed.
Have you seen a picture of Frank Ragnow?
I know what he looks like, yes.
He looks a lot like Brennan Gulick.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Brennan was like 6 foot,
now I gotta Google it again.
6'4", 315 pounds. He looks so much like Gulick, I can't, is this like the lost Gulick brother? Because I got like 17 of them. We do love our Gulicks here. Just so everybody's clear. I'm Brennan Gulick.
I kind of see it. He kind of has my hair.
I'm Frank Ragnow.
So I'll say Ragnow's got better hair, worse hair than Gulick's got better hair than this.
He's going to love to hear that. That's a very nice thing.
The beard is what you're going for.
Yeah, it's the beard and then the facial structure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got that going for us. Frank Ragnow back in the NFL, just in time for Turkey Day. Gobble, gobble. Now, obviously one of the big storylines here from Game Balls. Why didn't Shador get one this week? Kevin not saying Shador's name in press conferences. All the many ways people have been tabulating and keeping tabs in the Stfansky and Shador relationship. Well, today, Shador, in his media availability, as is customary, the starting quarterback on Wednesday, he was asked about his relationship with Kevin Stfansky. There is not, we included the questions here because there's also a follow-up that kind of adds greater context to it.
Not from you, but all your supporters out there say that Kevin Stfansky was sabotaging you.
So you just want to start trouble, huh?
No, I want to ask you what your relationship with him is.
Yeah, well, what people do outside the building isn't really in my control. It's not in my power. So yeah, like I go out there and tell them to do whatever. You know, that's not nothing I can control or nothing I could do. But overall, you know, I'm just happy to be here. Coach Stfansky, been coaching since I got here. He's been doing a very great job, you know, with everything that's going on.
But what is your relationship like with him and when we don't see you guys together?
Definitely like a coach. You know, he tells me what I need to do on and off the field. We definitely grown. Our relationship and everything has grown. So I'm just thankful to be here.
All right. Jeff Shadell.
It was a good follow-up.
Good first question, good follow-up as well there. We love a good Shadelling on the show.
Well, but I thought it was important because I left wondering to myself, what do people want out of this relationship? Because if that answer is not enough for you, I don't know what will be. That's a head coach and a player relationship that they don't have to be best friends. And I think that's where I'm getting a little confused at the dynamic, or at least what people want the dynamic to be. Yeah, Shador should feel like this guy thought that Dylan Gabriel was a better quarterback than him. Like, that should stay in the back of your mind. Not suggesting that he thinks he's being sabotaged or anything either, but also the idea of, like, all right, they did an evaluation. That evaluation came out of 4 different quarterbacks. They thought I was the 4th best. Like, that can't be erased in 30 seconds, or at least being given an opportunity to then start a game against the Raiders and now getting a chance to start in a game against the 49ers. So I'm left wondering, Nick, like, what is this relationship that people think it's supposed to be?
I mean, I think there is the textbook quarterback head coach tied at the hip kind of relationship. I think I think we have, and I know it's not fair because I guess it would be more of a myth or a cliche, but there is Matt Stafford and Jared Goff doing tequila shots in Cabo together, and that's how they formed a quarterback partnership. It is
You mean Sean McVay?
Which one did I say?
You said Matt Stafford and Jared Goff.
Him too.
But
yeah, Matt Stafford and Sean McVay and Cabo together chilling out. It's Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy listfully staring into each other's eye, talking about Spider 2, why banana? Like there is a cliche out there that but as of right now, that's not where that relationship is.
And the moment you go with Dillon Gabriel, I'm sorry, you're not going to have that relationship with Shador right off the bat. Like that's gonna. I feel like in my interpretation is that's going to take a little bit of time. I thought Shador did a nice job of acknowledging the idea that, like, all right, yeah, he's like a coach to me. That's good. While also not saying anything of sorts of like, I'm happy with how this has gone, or I think that this has gone the way that I would have done it in my head. And also, oh, what a great job he's done in coaching me up and doing this. Because I don't think Shador believes that.
Yeah, I don't think Shador... But I do think allowing the sabotage thing to stay out there is something that benefits Shador and doesn't benefit the Browns. So I think that it was a place to cut off a narrative that doesn't really serve any purpose for Shador other than people continue to put him in a victim box, which I don't think helps him either.
No, that's a good point. You're right. He could have easily just been like, no part of this is a sabotage. Stfansky and I are really close. He teaches me day in, day out. He could have gone that extra mile. Why do you think he didn't, though?
I mean, I think it's apparent. I do think he senses the difference between what Shador and Dillon have gotten. And I guess my response would be like, don't take that as an insult. Take that as an opportunity. Like, take that as an opportunity to win Stfansky over, because those that, like, the NFL is full of guys like Stfansky who look at Shador and don't see what he can do. They look at him and think this is what he can't do. Mm-hmm. And so those are the guys to stay in the NFL for a decade or to be a starter in the NFL long term. You do have to win those guys over. They can't just be the enemy.
Yeah, no, I agree. I find it really interesting, though, that when given the opportunity there, that's the direction that he chose. And I don't blame him, by the way, for choosing that direction. Maybe that's just how I'm built or how I'm wired. Like, if I look at it like I got passed over X amount of times by somebody, you could be the person that gave me the opportunity at the end. I'm still going to remember the times that you didn't choose me, though.
So I want to be clear, because I'm not bashing Shador for this. I'm just pointing out there was a direction he could have taken this. But I also think it bears to kind of point to there is how you feel publicly and how you feel privately. I think Dillon Gabriel, because of his standing in the organization, how much they believed in him, Dillon could have been a guy at any point that came out and he could have rocked the boat. He could have, because they believe, Kevin specifically believed him in such. I think there's more of a leeway you get there. Shador doesn't have that leeway yet. And so I think there's a bit of a missed opportunity for him to put this one to bed, because there's so many narratives. There are going to be so many pro-Shador narratives.
I don't know that he fully trusts Stfansky enough for that anyway. Like we let off the show with the idea.
You don't have to trust him. You have to just try and better your situation the best you can.
We let off the show with the idea that if just this week alone in the San Francisco game, if he doesn't hit a certain standard, he could lose his job based off of Stefanski's like and how much he enjoys Dillon Gabriel. Like, so if you go to bat in this moment for Shador, if Shador goes to bat for Stefanski, and cuts down that narrative at the knees and says, no, he's had my back from day one. He's always been helping me out. He's always been doing this. Well, then if he removes the starter job from you a week from now, I mean, then it's just going to look really like it's solely on you and that's it.
Or it's going to look like you're a young quarterback that's still developing. Like, I listen, I agree that the way Shador has been treated is different than the way Dillon has been treated, and I think that's dumb. I think if both, I honestly, while I was watching the game on Sunday, all I could think to myself is, man, how much better would Shador be if you had put the effort, the focus, the development, the commitment into Shador the way you had Dillon.
Yeah.
I'll also say that when you don't come out and dispel, you just take the easy win, right? Because that's the whole point with Shador is on the field, take the easy wins when they're there, and then take your shots down the field.
I think we'll get there, by the way.
I do too, but I think this was an easy win for Shador that I think maybe is that thing that when you do it, even if it's not 100% true, or again, you're just playing the media game, there are benefits there that all of a sudden the Browns relax a little bit more of like, oh, hey, they kind of covered us there. All right, maybe that buys you a little more leeway and buys you a little bit more trust. And I just think like that was an easy win. It's not a big deal he didn't take it, but that was an easy win that if you just put that all the way to the bed, and even though you know in your heart of hearts what the truth is, maybe it starts to help you with whatever asinine fears, this boogie monster crap that people around the NFL have dreamed up with Shador.
I just don't think he believes it at this point, so that's why I didn't say it.
Yeah, you don't have to believe
that's
it.
Why, but that's why I think 3 or 4 weeks from now, if all of a sudden Shador goes and he wins the San Francisco game, wins the Titans game, and seems like he has a clear runway to have this thing for a while, if he does accomplish all those things, then I could see him coming back and saying, oh, you know what, maybe I didn't see their process, maybe I didn't see their vision, and maybe I do need to give him more credit for this, that, and the other. I just don't think he's there yet.
So even within that, I think Shador at some point has to understand that it doesn't matter anything other than where you were drafted and the narrative about you in the NFL. It's not fair, but the NFL isn't fair. So the narrative on you is you're about yourself. The narrative on you is you fit out, you don't fit in. These are just some of the narratives out there. This is an opportunity. Like with Dylan. Dylan has to go outside his box to be better than he is, and he can't do it. Well, Shador has to conform a little bit to the box, and that's not just on the field. That's in moments like this. And again, I don't want to make it a criticism.
I know, but he couldn't do it, and this is part of that. This is part of the discussion we need to have about it. Well, why couldn't he do it?
But you have to.
Well, but he couldn't. He couldn't because he didn't want to give any credit to Stfansky in that moment. And based off of how he's been treated, I don't blame him for it. I wouldn't be there yet, not after 1 week. I just wouldn't be personal.
You can have valid concerns about, I don't want to say how you were treated, but how you were brought along versus how Dylan was brought along. And still understand that's how the NFL works. And understand that Stfansky, I think, is part of the boys club that has bought into this narrative that everybody buys into, and they need to be like, you're not going to run all those guys out of the NFL. You're not. The only way you're going to do what you want to do, the goal, be the starter, be the man, be the franchise, is if you convert those guys.
I get what you're saying.
You convert more of them with Sugar than you do.
I get what you're saying.
Not that
this is the play the game advice, not the actual literal football game,
yes.
But like in any office setting or anything like that, play the game. Kiss up to the certain people you need to kiss up to. Kiss the ring in some certain ways. Do that. I don't think Shador was ready for that with Stfansky because I just think there was so much there that is built up, and I do wonder if he's not going to do it now. I do wonder. I said maybe 3-4 weeks down the line, maybe he'd start doing some of that. If maybe he saw some of that more of that vision. But now thinking about it a little bit more in this discussion, I don't know that he's going to get there with Stfansky. I don't know that he will.
I think that's a really interesting point. I don't either, by the way. Just so we're clear, like, at some point there are...
Like, Shador doesn't think that Stfansky made him in any sort of way.
No, and nor should he, by the way.
I don't think he should.
Like, he's gotten the bare minimum, and that's very...
I think he looks at it like Stfansky just stumbled into this, and Stfansky should be the one that is almost, if this goes the way that it just went last week and continues to go that way, Stfansky should look at them like, hey, you saved my bacon.
Well, but I also think Shador should understand that to learn the things he has to learn, and now we are talking back on the field, to learn the things that you have to learn, which is how to become a better pocket passer, that is where Kevin Stfansky is useful. Like, even if Kevin Stfansky is going to be here next year, even if there's distance between you and Stfansky, I'll be honest with you, I've worked for people I don't like. I've worked for people that I didn't trust. And every single person I've worked with is somebody I've learned something from.
Yeah.
Because that's the missive if you are Shador Sanders. Your job is not to like everybody. It's not to be best friends with everybody. It's not to believe that everyone's got your best interest in. No, it's the NFL. Very few people have your best interest. It's all about the organization or themselves in the NFL. That's how the NFL works. But a useful idiot is better than somebody who's on your side who just has no power in the game or nothing to give you.
Well, and obviously, I don't think Shador at the end of the day wants a bunch of bobbleheads around him either. He doesn't need a bunch of yes men. He doesn't need people that are going to teach him and be brutally honest with it. I just think it was a little bit too early. But you make a good point. You're right. In that moment, he could have easily he could have taken down the narrative. He could have easily washed Stefanski's hands clean of it all. And I think it's interesting that he didn't take that opportunity.
216-474-0092. What do you want? And what do people want out of Shador and Stefansky's relationship? More on this, and Chuck and Jeff, you guys coming up as well in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3. of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
See the video of Stfansky and Shador Sanders, rookie making his first start at quarterback. Pretty easy one to go, give it up for Shador. So I'm on board with a little weird. But here's the reality. Guys drafted in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, head coach might not even like that player. That might be the GM's pick. And clearly Stfansky drafted Dylan Gabriel. Now, I can't blame him for Shador Sanders. The rest of the league wasn't touching him. But clearly he doesn't like him. So I just think this notion of he's not nice. It's in football. He doesn't like it. You're starting now as a 5th round pick. It's all, in front of you. So all these excuses, all these people complaining, it's like he goes makes plays. Everyone will shut up and Stfansky will be fired at the end of the year.
John Middlecoff on Shador playing well and the impact that it could have on Kevin Stfansky. We had a couple of calls on the Stfansky and Shador relationship. I think we're at kind of a critical point there where it'd be really great if Kevin and Shador could both understand the value the other guy has to them. Right? Mm-hmm. I've given you why I think Shador should see value in Stfansky. Stfansky knows pocket quarterback play. So, while Shador does not fit what he wants right now, if there's a guy who can help guide Shador there, hypothetically, Stfansky should have the knowledge to do that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And by the way, Kevin's got to ease up on some of the pocket stuff and give Shador opportunities to make plays off script a little bit more. That I also think is fair.
Well, and how do you get any relationship to be better, right? Both sides have to feel like, okay, yes, the person's they're rooting for me now and they're actually benefiting me. Really, the benefiting me part of it is the key here, though, right? Once Shador has a couple moments, and maybe he's already had them in the past week and a half or so, but a couple moments where he's like, oh, wow, Stfansky, he really does want me to succeed, and not only that, he's doing this, and this helped me. And why do you think Deshaun Watson and Shador's relationship seems like it's so good right now, to the point where Deshaun traveled to Las Vegas, the first road trip he was there this season, to go ahead and help him out on the sidelines? Clearly, he's shown him enough, I trust you. You've helped me in this quarterback situation. I want you to be there. So, I just think it's going to take both sides to tango here, and I think maybe they're onto that. I don't know, but it didn't sound like it today.
At some point, we are going to need the quintessential quarterback head coach thing. We're going to need that. We're going to need McVay and Stafford. We're going to need Mahomes and Reed. If you're going to get where either of these guys want to get, at some point, until proven otherwise, you're the only hope the other guy has. Mm-hmm. But with Kevin, I think Shador gives him the chance to solidify the narrative that I think he wants so badly around the NFL, which is, I'm the guy that I'm the quarterback whisperer.
Right. This will give this to him, and he can talk about all the quarterbacks that didn't have this success previously, and we'll just kind of push those to the back burner. If he turns it, and they can even describe it this way, a 5th round draft pick into, and I think this is what bothers Shador, by the way, the idea that Stefanski is going to retroactively just get a bunch of credit for all this. I think there's something about Shador that this will eat at his skin. Maybe it won't, and I'm just wrong there, because it'd eat at my skin. If I was Shador, it would bother me personally if all of a sudden Stefanski got a bunch of accolades and a bunch of, wow, look at what he did. But forget the accolades, forget the recognition. At some point, you guys just both need to save each other's jobs here.
Yeah, and I think with Shador, if you have success, someone's going to get credit for it. That's just the way the NFL works, right?
Yeah, you just have to not care about it.
Pat Mahomes, singularly great. It'll be a huge thing that people talk about, the development of Pat Mahomes from, I think it was a 10th pick in the NFL draft, a guy who wasn't the first quarterback off the board, to the greatest quarterback of his generation. And it'll be disproportionate. I mean, how long did it take for us to figure out you take Tom Brady away from Bill Belichick, and that is just an average-ass, goofy-ass dude? It took us 5-6 years, right? Maybe Shador doesn't ever get that chance. Maybe he's just a great quarterback, and who cares? If you are great, someone's going to get the credit, so whoever gets the credit, it doesn't matter. But I do think, as it pertains to where they are, I wouldn't be surprised if Kevin was trying to do the I'm going to make you earn my love thing with Shador. I think Shador's used to just having a connection with everyone.
Yeah.
And that being an easy thing for him.
I could see that, yeah.
And I can understand Kevin saying, well, you're not my guy. And in the way I think I've seen Tito Francona do this, in the way that I think I've seen a lot of head coaches in this town do it, I think Kevin's done it more than we realize. It just wouldn't surprise me if Kevin's tact this whole time, fair or unfair, is well, you're not my guy, and you got to earn being my guy, and that is something that Kevin sees psychologically as part of Shador's development.
It's something interesting to monitor, because I think for right now, I think you're right, but I do think in the next couple weeks, if Shador does play, really well against San Francisco, even it could just be the San Francisco game. Guys like that you're describing with Stfansky, you go out there and ball, and you go out there and make them look good, and they're going to end up they're going to be right there.
Yeah.
I think we'll watch this in real time. If it goes well, we'll watch in real time as all of a sudden Stfansky goes from this guy that seems a little bit distant from Shador and a little apprehensive around Shador to wanting to give him credit, etc., to then being the first one to do that.
Well, and this is where I do think it matters to the supporters. You guys got to give them the latitude to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know it's going to burn your ass when Kevin gets credit for it. Oh, well. Like, as long as it's working out between these two parties and we don't have to do coaching search radio and it's a real conversation, do they rock forward with Shador or do you still take a quarterback? Like, that's success from where you are or where you certainly were at 2-8 when Shador took over.
Yeah, and I got to remind myself of that as well, because I inherently think to myself, Stfansky is almost along for the ride if this does go well. And listen, who cares? As long as they get the results, I don't care if Stfansky all of a sudden wants to treat Shador in a nice way and seems like they're buddy-buddy. But ultimately, I think what he's laying out right now is that relationship is... It's employee-employer, and that's an okay thing for right now.
216-474-0092. Let's go with Chuck in Chardon. Welcome to the show, Chuck in Chardon. What you got for us, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, I think for Sanders to succeed, Stfansky obviously has to try to put him in a position where he can succeed, like he did last week. Easy throws, rollouts, even doing the, the single wing when they're, within the 5-yard line. The real problem the Browns have, though, is they don't have two tackles who can really block and allow Sanders or Gabriel to get to 3rd and 2. We put these young guys in this position at 3rd and 8 and 3rd and 10, and it's a struggle. It's a serious struggle. I mean, with two decent tackles, with a decent quarterback, we could easily have 8 wins, 10 wins this season, and that's really what why I'm disappointed in these Browns. We have a spectacular defense that could carry us to competitiveness, but without two healthy tackles, we're screwed. We had a great rookie class out there, love it. But we got to go get a tackle. We got to draft a tackle. And, of course, we need a big receiver. But let's be realistic about these young quarterbacks. The reason they're playing is because we don't have a good quarterback. And expect them to carry the team or project some franchise ability. It's just unrealistic. We want them not to turn it over. We want them to make decent decisions. We want them to complete the easy passes. Anyway, I wanted to get that off my chest after a half a season of frustration here. We need tackles. We need people who can block for these guys. Thanks.
Chuck, we appreciate you, buddy. Happy Thanksgiving. I agreed on the tackles part. What I will say is any starting quarterback in the NFL, you're looking for glimpses. No matter the situation around them, can they elevate the people around them? That is what was painfully not there with Dillon Gabriel, no matter what was around him, and what was pretty obvious in small spurts with Shador. And here's something that I do think they have got to stop being so predictable on what they're going to do on 1st and 2nd down. They are not helping Quinshon Judkins be the best player he can. And listen, I'm sorry, screens are. I know we just had the Dylan Sampson play. You've got to figure out some stuff on 1st and 2nd down because there's no quarterback on the planet, even great quarterbacks, that consistently survive at 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10.
It's not fair the amount of times, or not right the amount of times that I'm sitting on my couch and I'm doing the Tony Romo parlor trick when he first started going into the broadcasting booth where he's calling out the plays before they happened. The amount of times that I'm able to do that, you listening on your couch are able to do that for 1st and 2nd down, little too much. Little too much for this Browns offense.
Yeah, and again, I shouldn't
be like, they're going to run here, and then they obviously run.
And they're going to run between the tackles,
and they're going to do this, and like it's not like I'm not a magician at this, right? Like it shouldn't be as obvious as they make it sometimes.
216-474-0092. Does Shador winning hurt Stfansky? I think John Middlecoff is all. I think 6 games is more than enough to build a good relationship between Shador and Stfansky, where both guys give a little and both guys get a lot out of this. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to the NFL Triple Header on Thanksgiving Day. Your home of the NFL and Westwood One in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practicing game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Pete Futek coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin back. To all those that celebrate Drinksgiving, Blackout Wednesday, or if you just would like to have a nice, quiet evening with your family right before Thanksgiving, whatever it is, be safe out there today. Be safe during Thanksgiving. As I've gotten older, as much as I love Christmas and I love Easter, Thanksgiving always just has such a great place in my heart. It's just a great... There's just not a lot of complications with Thanksgiving other than like your drunk, mouthy uncle.
It's a pretty awesome holiday. You do have the family discussions that go sideways with political season these days. That's not great.
Yeah, it's funny.
I don't have that problem with my family. We're good. We're all on the same page.
So the two sides of the family I grew up with, the Wilsons were one way politically, the Tamba side was another. But because they didn't intermesh, I was Switzerland in every household that I was in, so I never really had anybody that was like I'm going to say something crazy.
So I do love watching the videos where they just explode on each other, but now I'm convinced they're all just fake. But I love watching them. I like watching them.
The time where the guy flips over the table,
yes,
I'm like,
I watch that
bit.
One every year. I
knew it was a bit the second it happened.
It looks so real, and he looks so enraged, and I fell for that one for years before I was like, that's a bit. But I go back and watch it every holiday season. That's my annual tradition. Daniel was watching that clip every single year.
Daniel Day-Lewis, he is not. Let's get to the lead. Shador Sanders spoke with the media today. He was asked about his relationship with head coach Kevin Stfansky.
Not from you, but all your supporters out there say that Kevin Stfansky was sabotaging you.
So you just want to start trouble, huh?
No, I want to ask you what your relationship with him is.
Yeah, well, what people do outside the building isn't really in my control. It's not in my power, so... Yeah, like I go out there and tell them to do whatever. That's not nothing I can control or nothing I could do. But overall, I'm just happy to be here. Coach Stfansky, he's been coaching since I got here. He's been doing a very great job, with everything that's going on.
But what is your relationship like with him and when we don't see you guys together?
Definitely like a coach. He tells me what I need to do on and off the field. We definitely grown. Our relationship and everything has grown. So I'm just thankful to be here.
Yeah, I mean, Shador's been the starter for a week, so like that relationship seeming like it's coworkers at best. It's probably where it should be, and where I look at it with Shador, I understand if he's not the first one to be like, I think Stefanski's a genius, because he's the same guy that told him that Dylan Gabriel was going to be the starter in Week 5, and I got it. I got it from Shador's perspective, even if I'd like to see if Shador continues to play well in the next few weeks to see that relationship get a little bit better.
Shador has to understand that all the feelings that he had previously were totally understandable. Dylan was definitely treated one way. Shador was treated another. But as of right now, you got 6 weeks left, at the very least, with Stfansky. And the one thing Stfansky does at his best, the thing that he coaches up the best, is the thing that Shador needs coached up the best on, which is in the pocket quarterback play. And I know this is going to be tough because I think Shador's just used to being liked, especially by his head coach, because his head coach is his dad. His dad loves him, right?
Yeah.
But like some people you just have to convert in this world. And this is an opportunity to convert somebody who, instead of thinking, this guy didn't believe in me, bleep this guy. No, this guy didn't believe in you. I'm going to make you believe in me.
He's got to be very confused because you're right. He's been very liked everywhere he's been, and he's had this people drawn to him. And to see where Stfansky just hasn't really fallen for that, it's got to be very confusing for him mentally. I would imagine that keeps him up at night in some capacity.
Well, and it makes sense. Like, this is his main head coach since high school has been his dad. And guys, there are so many pluses to that, because more often guys who coach their son harder than anybody else. But Shador hasn't had to learn those other kinds of coaches, right? Those you're used to one way. I mean, I think Shador getting away from his dad is one of the greatest upsides that you could have. Not that there's anything wrong with Dion. I'm not trying to say that. I'm saying this is professional coaching, and those guys don't just coach you with love. They coach you in a lot of different ways. If Kevin Stfansky said, I'm going to make this kid earn every single thing 10 times over as opposed to one time over for Dillon Gabriel, well, earning his love or earning his trust, that's the next step, and you're in a great position to do it as a starting quarterback in this next game.
He got the coaching a lot longer than most people do. Even like Nussmeier, for instance, his dad is the offensive coordinator with the Saints, but at LSU, Nussmeier's got an actual different head coach, even if it's a revolving door. Drake May's dad was a high school football coach, and then it stopped, and he went to college, and it's a different setup. It's an interesting dynamic. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, he joined us at 2:20. He talked about Shador Sanders' runway as the Browns starting quarterback.
The more games he wins, the less chance the Browns would have to draft his replacement. I mean, he needs to just keep winning. I just think if you're the Browns and he shows continued significant improvement on a week-to-week basis, that's really what you're looking for, because then you get really excited, I would think, about what he could look like with a full off season. I said, I'm reading all these reports, Shador, that you're cramming for a test. It sounds like you're cramming. He's like, I don't have a choice. This is my opportunity. I have a healthy respect for the way he understood and embraced just how important Sunday was, quite frankly, for the rest of his life.
I mean, the next two games are a great opportunity. 2 home games against San Francisco and Tennessee. And listen, the final 4 games are tough. At Chicago, at home versus Buffalo and Pittsburgh, and then on the road. If Cincy's still in that thing, that last week of the season, those are going to be 4 tough games. But you've got an opportunity to build here. And the way I look at it, over the final 6 games, the optimal solution that we come out of is it's a real conversation. Do you ride further with Shador and use those 2 first-rounders on a left tackle and a wide receiver, which would make him incredibly better, any quarterback incredibly better if you get those picks right, or do you go with the quarterback? If you're at least in a position to have that conversation, both Kevin and Shador have succeeded on some level. I need 25% better in the pocket from Shador over those final 6 games. That's attainable. And I need 25% more for Kevin Stfansky, understanding the importance of off-schedule plays for Shador and how to make those happen or put him in a position for those to, or if both guys give 25%, you're going to win. You might win half your games down the stretch, and that would look tremendous if Shador went 4-3 in the final 7 games of the season.
I'm still not at the spot where I'm putting the cart before the horse. I've said, obviously, I want him to start every game for the rest of the season, but I think it starts with this game. I'm in a one-game-at-a-time mentality. If you look good in this San Francisco game, then I think you got it for the rest of the way. But I still don't yet trust Stefanski and this coaching staff to just say, all right, you're the guy for the rest of the season. Hey, if you struggle in the 49ers game, here's the Titans game in back of that one. So I'm taking a one-week approach mentality to this, as if I'm like Shador himself, like 1 week at a time.
You just don't want to be hurt,
and then we'll regroup.
You've been hurt before,
Nick. I can't have it happen where he goes out there and if it doesn't look good on Sunday, and then I'm sitting there being like, "But he throws the ball down the field," and then Stefanski's like, "Psych! Here's Dillon Gabriel." I can't have that happen.
You want to carry the lessons you've learned in previous heartbreaks. You don't want to carry that baggage.
Listen, the hat might be fake, but the scouting is very real. And my scouting hat is on, and it tells me that Shador should be the guy the rest of the season.
I don't think it's fake. I think it's imaginary.
That hat is very fake. It's very, very fake.
Imaginary.
But the scouting is real.
It's a better branding. Imaginary.
But the scouting is real.
Browns receiver Jerry Judy held a longer media availability today than he did last week. That wasn't very difficult. He was asked about his fumble in the Raiders game and if he's starting to feel more like himself.
I was trying to make a play. Wide open. I see 3 defenders right there out from the cut cross field. I ain't feeling behind me. Simple as that. I mean, I do play football, but, nigga got a life outside of that. So, football not the only thing I do. You know?
Okay.
It's not great.
That's not great.
I am inclined to give it to Jerry for 1 week. Because I like the guy. I think he is more talented than just a number 2 wide receiver, even though I don't think he's a number 1. I think he's in that weird 1A stratosphere. That's what I was going for. You just can't have another one of those, Jerry. I'll give you the gimme. I'll give you the Peterlin pass this once.
It's nice of you. It's very nice of you.
You cannot do it in the San Francisco game.
Oddly enough, I left a little encouraged by the idea that he even caught the ball for the 39-yard play to begin with. I was like,
it's a step in the right direction.
I was like, guys, are we focusing on the wrong things? Like, that was if he just falls down before he gets knocked the ball loose and the peanut punch, then that's a big-time play by Jerry Judy. Biggest play we've seen from him all season long. So I'm going to take that encouragement and go with it. But I understand a lot of fans' frustrations, and I can't get Fanta's thoughts out of my mind from yesterday. He wanted him off the team. He wanted him basically walking home from Vegas. Incredible stuff. All right, Doug Maurice of the Bill and Doug Show was on with the Morning Boys today. He explained how Ryan Day's approach to the Michigan game is a little bit different this year.
He certainly publicly is talking about it differently. I think he gained confidence from the national championship and the playoff run and the way they went about their business there. And so I think he's maybe finally at the point with the national championship ring on his finger, even though he's lost 4 in a row, maybe he's at the point where he's going about this and talking about it and preparing his players his way. And I think he's shed probably entirely any of the Urban Meyer remnants of things that if he thought this was the way you're supposed to go about it. He's kind of treating this as the first game of the playoffs. I think they want to lean into that because they know that works. So if you go back and listen to his news conferences and things like that the past, every other year before this, he was saying stuff that's like it's life and death. This is what, this is the only thing. He was saying more stuff like that, and he's not saying stuff like that as much this year.
Yeah, I like the idea that Michigan is the first game of the playoffs because there was a different team that showed up in the playoffs last year that they just waxed so many good teams. I don't know you're going to be able to do the same thing, but you definitely you open it up in a different way in the postseason. I think with this, though, this is prove it to me. I do think I think something snapped when Ryan Day lost to Michigan last year. And I think he heard all the people saying, get his ass out of here, like Albert Breer and Anthony Lima right here, like so many other people where they just lost it on him. And by the way, they were right at the time. And so I think that was a good thing for him. I think that pressure snapped, and I think he just has gone on through that playoff to become Ryan Day, not born on third base, the head honcho of Ohio State, but this is the game that proves it. This is not a great Michigan team. It's merely a good Michigan team. And this is a team that if you can go out there and score some points early, that offense can't keep up with what you do.
No, you can play like a C-plus game, and Michigan plays their A-plus game, and you still probably win. I don't know how you win 89% of your games the way Ryan Day has, but you lost 4 straight to Michigan. So until we see him beat Michigan this year, and obviously he beat them in year 1, but until we see him snap the 4-game losing streak, then I'm not going to be a guarantee Gary out here, Nick.
Hey, we don't just guarantee it just willy-nilly. Only when we feel it in our loins. You gotta
feel it in your loins. I don't feel it in my loins.
And no, neither my loins.
I'd love to.
My loins are mixed on this Ohio State-Michigan game.
I think they're going to win ultimately, but not enough.
Can't guarantee.
Not enough to guarantee it.
And when we guarantee things,
you can take that to the bank.
We are 4-0 in guarantees this year. No other show in Cleveland. No other guarantee Garys can go ahead and voice that kind of record. Because they just throw it around all willy-nilly. They'll just throw a guarantee out there.
Change it midweek.
To just get a smile out of you.
Not even keep it for the whole week.
Pew, 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 pew. The Browns, Shador, and the path forward in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Jonathan from my friends over there at Summit Sound. Wouldn't it be great to remotely start your vehicle from the convenience of your home or your office with just the press of a button? Remote starters starting at $419 installed. Obviously, just laid out there, your home, your office, all these different places. One thing I love is, I park 4 or 5 blocks away from the studio. I can hit that button right as the show is ending. I can hit it right there. I watch the green dot go, and then I know that my car started up. And then by the time I get to my car, not only is it warm and comfy, but I'm just ready to get out of there. I'm ready to fly away. Family-owned, Roger and Edith installing remote starters, the CompuStar brand since 1999, backed by that lifetime warranty with their team of experienced professionals, and they are just that, by the way. Not a lot of part-time guys in there just getting the job done. I've only worked on it a couple months. No, everyone at Summit Sound is full-time, and they've been installing remote starters
Listen to and follow the Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
Listen for Earl to Pearl and Nick Padone, Friday from 8 till noon.
And then Anthony Allant and Mac Robinson from noon till 2:30.
As we take you up to the Black Friday matchup between the Bears and Eagles, your home of the NFL and Westwood One in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Pete Futek coming up in about 15 minutes time. Nick and Jonathan back on the show. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. We got plenty to get to with Pete and Ohio State in about 15 minutes. We will also get into the Ohio State conversation at 6. We got Cash Love It coming up at 6:30 with his picks for the week as always. But I missed Albert Breer yesterday. Did you jam him up at all about his, I go on Cleveland Sports Talk all the time?
I did, but the way that I presented it, I said, on your podcast and everything like that, you'd mentioned Nick and all that other stuff or whatever, and I'm convinced he only heard or thought that I was referencing just the convo last week here. Because he's like, that was fun last week, wasn't that? And then just kind of briefly moved on.
Yeah, that's a good move by Albert.
Yeah.
That's good, because and by the way, good move by you. This is the trust tree with the nest. Because you could have put his nose in it. You could have. But you were a gentleman about it, and that's the way you make friends. That's the way we make lifelong friends in this business. Not that I would know. That being said, because I always rub somebody's nose in it. I rub my own nose in it.
Yeah, but then you send a nice tweet about it, and all of a sudden you're back to Ross's number one. The way it was always meant to be.
Still didn't get that shout out on air, though.
I know, and there was so many opportunities in that game that he could have dropped it, and I was just sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting. And then you realize Ross is making some business decisions out here, isn't he?
Hey, you can't hate it. As long as we're his lackeys when he's replacing Romo in a year.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, not as spotters. We're just like guys that I'm like his turtle. You're like, no, I'd like to be his E, and you can be his turtle.
How about, I'm the guy that films the press box food that he goes and usually films, and then I can just, pretend that that's him filming it, and then he can voice over it?
And then I'm the guy that's like, that's great stuff, Ross.
Yeah, always great.
That's really great,
This is why Romo sucks and you don't.
And then just be like, and your hair's better, too.
Yeah.
Because it's real. That being said, Albert Breer was on the station yesterday, and there was a slight corner turned when it came to Shador, even it ended the same damn place that it always ends with Albert.
I think the discourse is still that bleep crazy, but I think you saw some things where you want to see more. Sort of my thought coming out of it was, first of all, that's a bad Raiders team and the defense carried you, and great. You know what I mean? I think that part of it shouldn't be forgotten. Myles Garrett was unbelievable. And, just as far as Shador in a vacuum, I think you saw a few things that would make you want to get a second look and see it against a better opponent and give him another week in practice. And now you build and you see where you can go with it. I think I've said this a few times to you guys. I don't think the quarterback for next year is on the roster right now. And you have runway with Shador where he's under contract for another 3 years. So, I think you saw that he brought some juice. And, the throw to Bond was a highlight, of course. I think, it makes you want to see, a little bit more. So, we'll see a little bit more this week and see where it takes him.
So, I think some Shador fans, I understand why some Shador fans might hear that clip and go, oh, you can't give our guy any credit. And my response would be, that's as much as the guys who have been staunchly anti-Shador are going to give you after one start.
Yeah, no, and that was fine. Listen, I really thought a couple things. I like that we started off talking about Ross a little bit because Ross acted like he had the greatest time with Shador in that the pregame meeting that they had. Apparently, pregame meetings with Ross go a long way with Ross.
I think that sounds about right.
And so, he came out smelling like roses after that one. And you can hear the interview with us, obviously, Odyssey Rewind. But between
220 today, by the way.
Between that and then Albert, that was it. That is as much as you're going to get from Albert right now. But Albert did this whole feature on Joel Bitonio, and Bitonio talking about Shador showing up at 7 o'clock in the morning to get all this extra work in. And I think it's funny and interesting how the people that then get around Shador and around the people around Shador on a consistent basis, they all start to become believers in certain facets in certain ways. Like Albert did some digging. That's why he had that whole story on the mmqb.com. He did some real digging, and the best he could find was the idea of, the man works really hard. Like Shador's really a really hard worker. He takes this serious. He's not a clown. He makes jokes, but he takes this serious. And so I think that two of the top people we have on this station as guests both spend significant time either with Shador or around people that spend a lot of time around Shador. And in the past week, they've all walked away really impressed.
Well, and those guys aren't going to go from, I don't think he's an NFL quarterback, or I think this is overblown, to he's the future overnight. And I think Shador fans have to understand there's a chance that some of those guys don't get there in the next 6 games, no matter how good it looks for Shador. But I do think this 49ers game represents an opportunity where, because they're a playoff caliber team, because they're one of the chosen franchises in the NFL, especially with Shanahan, but just in general over the last 50 years, the way they've been run, like this is an opportunity that if Shador continues to play reasonably well, that you're going to slowly but surely convert people over. And the same thing with Stfansky, by the way. It will not happen overnight. Unless Shador drops like 350 on San Fran and he's just one after another, great pass in the pocket. And this is a just runaway win. It's the Miami win, 2 times over.
Yeah.
Outside of that, you're going to win people over in the NFL. And that's a statement on how much Shador has to make up for whatever preconceived issues people have with them. People went really hard in the paint against Shador. They're not just going to flip the switch and be like, well, I was wrong, without significant evidence. In this San Fran game, it presents a little bit more evidence.
By the way, I think is totally fair. You shouldn't. If you believed one thing about Shador, one game against the Raiders shouldn't all of a sudden have you flipped in a completely different direction. Like, this should take time. This should be a building process. But the 49ers it's a great opportunity. Now, I don't know what the snow is going to be like in that game. It's supposed to be like 2 inches tonight. It's supposed to be a heavy snow day tonight, and then by Sunday it's supposed to be a really bad weather game. Don't love that development, but go out there and win.
Yeah, I just look at it's interesting. Like, I look at the Shador Stfansky stuff and the Shador, the Browns, the Shador and the detractor stuff is kind of an opportunity of at least that door's open now.
Yeah.
And like, I kind of look at the Shador and Stfansky thing as Kevin's chance to get what he got wrong with Baker right with another quarterback. And listen, they are 2 different quarterbacks. One guy was the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. Another guy was thought to be a 2nd or 3rd round pick value that win the 5th round. So talent-wise, we're not talking about the exact same quarterback. However, I do think like Kevin struggled with Baker's immaturity. Kevin struggled with the fact that Baker was a leader unto himself and didn't just follow what Kevin said. He struggled with the fact that Baker didn't just want to play within a pre-scheduled offense or an on-time offense. He wanted to do things off schedule, right? Well, these are all the same conversations we're having with Shador. And honestly, even Shador's personality, which it's been interesting to watch people and, he's not serious enough, or he's not this enough, or he's not that enough. Those were the same damn things we said about Baker.
Right.
And so, like, to me, I look at Shador as some extension of where I think Kevin didn't help Baker be here long term, and say, okay, fix it. He's not your perfect quarterback. Who gives a rat's ass? You can win with this guy if you really put the work in and buy into him. That's what I think this San Francisco game also kind of affords you.
Yeah, I don't have to do it one step at a time. Like, another thing Albert was getting on, though, and kind of in the lane that you're talking about, is he went down this whole track about basically how guys like Baker, but he mentioned Josh Allen, he mentioned Patrick Mahomes, he mentioned some of those type of players, and the third quarterback here was Joe Burrow, and he mentioned how like relatable they are, and just how they were just relatable humans, and that maybe Shador misses some of that with people because of his how he was grown up and the surroundings and everything like that. And I don't know how much of that is true, how much of that isn't true. But what I do know is that when you watched on Sunday, it felt like those players related to Shador in a big way.
Yeah.
It felt like they got it. And so, like, if you're just going to be blind to that and the idea, that's why I love that visual of Myles Garrett on the sidelines, just looking like, did I just see what I just saw? Like, stuff like that, it stays with guys. And it is that 7 a.m. workout that he has with all the offensive players that Joe Bitonio happened to be walking in on. Moments like that, like, you might not seem the most relatable because you grew up, Dion being your dad, but you can do it in other ways. You can find inroads.
Well, and I think, like, kind of like Baker. When Baker came in, that was the right guy at the right time with the right attitude that fit this town. Shador isn't one for one the same guy that Baker is, but they represent that same spark. And for whatever reason, under Jimmy Haslam, those are the kind of guys that are going to elevate you, right? The guy who doesn't walk, talk, and act like the stereo. He doesn't do what Tom Brady did, where he just bored you to tears. He doesn't do what other great quarterbacks do, because that's just not who they are. That's not how they're wired. And unless you get that guy in the draft, and you're not in the position to do it right now, this is the kind of guy that I think does have a chance, because it's almost like all the crap that comes with being a Browns quarterback, he doesn't care about.
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought you needed somebody different in order to turn this thing around with the Browns anyway, and that's why. But there's so many similarities. That's why every convo feels like there's something with Baker Mayfield that just looms, and it's not the idea that Baker was here and we went through 4 years with Baker. It's the idea that they carry a lot of the same traits. The two of them just do, and so, like, the parallels are there, and the idea that they are wired just a little bit different.
216-474-0092. What do you want out of Shador and Stfansky's relationship? Pete Futek walks us through the game. Ohio State, Michigan in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
For 24 hours a day Christmas music, switch to our sister station, Star 102 at 102.1 FM.
Simply have a holly jolly Christmas.
Or stream live on Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn.
0, 0, 0 is all it takes at Ken Ganley Kia. 0%.
Your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Sundays do not exist without us.
Shador on third down, throws it. Sampson to the flat. Sampson 35. Sampson 40. Sampson, first down. He's at the Raider 35. It's a foot race and he's gone. Dylan Sampson, touchdown.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we got Cash. Love it.
Hate it.
In just about 40 minutes here, he'll give us his picks for the week, but our next guest is going to be able to give us the inside skinny on Ohio State, Michigan. Quite frankly, the only rivalry game that matters in all of college athletics. All others are merely like a C-level rivalry compared to this one. I'm sure he'll agree with that. Pete Futek, College Football News, as he does every single week. Today it's a Wednesday at 5:40. On the Fan Hotline right now. Pete, welcome to the show.
It's not even close. I mean, it's the biggest rivalry in sports. It's bigger than Bears-Packers because they play it a couple times. It's bigger than Yankees-Red Sox because they play it every weekend on ESPN. You know, bigger than Coke and Pepsi. It's the biggest. It's because it's so twisted and not necessarily in a good way. It's like an unhealthy rivalry.
Well, I mean, Coke and Pepsi hasn't been a rivalry in a long time there, Pete.
Yeah, it's kind of over, I know. But it's, you know, like, look, I just in Alabama. Alabama, Auburn, you know, has lived that for since forever. But that's such a big brother, little brother thing. It's not quite the same, you know, but this is, you know, two superpowers. And this is it. You know, you guys know better than anybody else. We've all gone through this for, you know, as long as I've been on, you know, with you guys, including last year during the dark times when, you know, Ohio State might win the national championship, but kind of better win this game. Otherwise, you know, your base is not going to be too happy.
So why do you think the Southern, barely literate college fan tries to safeguard other rivalries and put them? Is it just insecurity and, you know, mild stupidity?
And nothing else to do. Look, you know, the whole it just means more. Yeah, because, you know, there's literally nothing to do other than, you know, in some of these places. So, you know, it's not about big cities and things like that. So it does mean more if you don't have pro teams in a lot of these spots. So it's just, plus it's a bigger national thing. It's like, again, two monster, major, humongous, giant schools with, you know, 150 years of you know, history behind each one of them. And, you know, it's the Big Ten. It's bigger. It's always that morning game on Saturday or in some parts of the country. And it's just the biggest thing going. And, you know, plus it always means more because it does, because for national championships and everything like that, look, if Michigan wins this and, you know, Washington beats Oregon, well, Michigan's playing for the Big Ten championship. So, you know, they win this. There's a great argument that it should belong at 10-2 in the college football playoff. You know, beyond just the, you know, making, you know, Ohio State people go out of their minds again and owning this rivalry. I mean, it's just there's so much to this thing.
All right, Pete. Well, on that note, then, if Michigan plays their A+ game, what game can Ohio State play and still win?
Last year, you know, C+, B-. I mean, Ohio State's just better. You know, but like, look, the crazy. But again, you guys, no better than anybody else. Everyone forgets. It kind of got memory dumped. As many, you know, these radio things that I've done over the last week or so. Everyone completely forgot that last year's Michigan team literally could not complete a forward pass. They won with like 3 yards of total offense or whatever it was. They dominated. They had no passing game last year, and they still found a way to win. So I think this is a different Ohio State team. I think last year's team was far better, more talent, more experience, but they're also, you know, more kind of like freakish because they hadn't won a national championship yet. This coaching staff, I know it's new at several spots, but at least with Ryan Day, it just seems more calm, more even keel. So Ohio State, as long as it just doesn't royally screw up, and I know what this means, but just treat it like another game because it is. You know, look, again, not the argument theoretical. It's not the worst thing in the world if they didn't play in the Big Ten championship. It's actually a plus in a lot of ways. Now, of course, that's not true because you got to win this game to make everyone around there happy. But you know what? If they just come out and just play their regular game and don't screw it up, they'll be fine.
Pete, when it comes down to it, Julian Sayin and Jeremiah Smith both have a decent odds to win this year's Heisman. Of course, you need the Heisman moment, which then presents you the Michigan game. Which player do you think has a better chance of having their Heisman moment, despite being linked together in this Michigan game, Julian Sayin or Jeremiah Smith?
Smith, because I don't look. I say this as a Heisman voter. This is the worst Heisman race ever. There's nobody. I mean, my problem with saying it's to me, in my pretentious way, it's always who is the signature guy of the college football season, and to me, I guess it was Travis Hunter, even though he was on my ballot last year. But it's this, and who wins who does well in their conference championships. And this year, finally, the Heisman ballots you can't put in your Heisman ballot until next week, Friday. So you're not going to get if you're like the Jeremiah Love types. Forget it, because he's not going to be on TV, really. No one's going to watch the Stanford game, and he doesn't have a conference championship. So it is what they do in this game and the Big Ten championship against Indiana, most likely. And they're saying there's, Mendoza, if Ty Simpson goes crazy against Auburn, maybe there's him, or maybe there's Dante Moore. I mean, there's the quarterback one's going to be split up, and there's a little bit of Gino Toretta thing happening with Julian Sayin. Here he's the best player on the best team, but there's like 10 other guys on the team better than him. So if Smith goes off, he stands out a little bit more because there isn't another wide receiver out there like him, and there really isn't another position player out there like him, even though I'll still argue that Caleb Downs is actually the best football player on this team.
What's your problem with this class? Jeremiah Love is a bona fide Heisman candidate. Fernando Mendoza is a bona fide. Is it just because he plays at Indiana? Be honest, Pete.
No, it's just because there's no guy who's standing out doing anything at a humongously crazy level. Again, Travis Hunter not on my ballot, but I got it. He's the guy who was arguably one of the best wide receivers in the country, won the Blitnikoff, one of the best defensive backs. I got it, even though Shador was better on that team last year, and that's why he's on my ballot. But there isn't that guy who's had the monster Heisman moment. There's nothing there. Give me the one big Julian Sayin Heisman moment. Now, Jeremiah Love. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, he's cranking out 90-yard touchdown runs. I mean, they are dominating, helped by him. So I have no problem with it, but there's just not that signature guy who has captivated the nation and been like, yeah, that's the guy. Most, back to your thing about, people in the South probably haven't watched Julian Sayin play because, let's be honest here, Ohio State hasn't played a meaningful game in months, So, yeah, they're on the highlights, but does anybody watch Ohio State? The numbers would say not really, but so there's just not that one guy who's just taken this season by storm, like a Johnny Manziel or a Lamar Jackson or someone's like, yeah, that's the guy of the 2025 college football season.
Let me ask you this, Pete, because I'm trying to figure out more about Michigan than for this weekend, mainly because 9.5 point spread is hardly the 21.5 point spread it was last year. But clearly they've gotten better. I don't know what to make of Bryce Underwood. I really don't. It doesn't seem like they have much of a passing offense. But what do you see with this Michigan team? What do they do well?
They're just again, their lines are good. They're still talented. I mean, it's Michigan, so they've got NFL talent. They've got the guys. It's not like it's that much worse than Michigan talent wise. And certainly Underwood is very good. Defense is still great. They don't screw up. They run the ball extremely well. The offensive line is terrific. And I think the main hesitation here about Michigan is it's a little more battle tested. But in the two real giant games that played, Oklahoma and USC, they just didn't have the firepower. They need this game to stay close. And so there's kind of two ways to look at this. If you're Ohio State, you really want to get up early. Because if it's all of a sudden it's 10-3 and it's late in the second quarter, it's going to be like, uh-oh, they're still in this game and we've been there before and done that. But if they hit a couple big plays early and make Underwood start to throw a little bit, that's when they get off their game a little bit. So I'm getting the sense that this isn't going to be any sort. I know if Ohio State wins, it's going to be this big cathartic exhale moment for Ohio State Nation, stuff like that. But I don't see this being anything spectacular. I think it's very workmanlike, very even keel. They're not going to make any mistakes. They're not going to take any chances whatsoever. Last year, they were too cautious to a fault, and it cost them the game. This year, I think they have to open up a little bit more because last year's Michigan team was not going to score. And so they kind of took it too easy. This year, just don't make mistakes. Don't give Michigan a short field and hold them to field goals instead of touchdowns. And if you can get to 23 points, you pretty much have this without, breaking a sweat.
Pete, who in the hell is Bob Chznney, and why isn't he the director of sales for shower curtain rings?
And don't say Kenny's cousin either.
Yeah, and don't say Kenny's cousin either.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here in the whole background of all the different things happening in college football. But it's an interesting time for the sport, and there's a lot of screaming, a lot of yelling, a lot of politicking. But look, at the end of the day, these games this weekend are still fun. The college football playoff is going to expand at some point, just not this year. Everyone thinks their conference is great. Everyone thinks their teams are great, and everyone's just talking a big game right now.
She thinks my O-line is sexy.
Hey, he did it.
Is that a song?
He did it.
Yeah, nice. Chesney world. Yeah, no, it's an interesting time. I mean, because everyone.
Pete, you're being very diplomatic.
It's
Bob
okay.
Chznney. That's a creator coach on NCAA 2013.
How far has UCLA fallen that it's like Tommy Reese and then a made up guy that might sell insurance?
I know it's this is where we're at right now. But look, and meanwhile, what is the biggest storyline this weekend? It's not Michigan, Ohio State. It's not Alabama, Auburn. It's not that Notre Dame and Alabama are not safe. If BYU, by the way, if BYU gets the Big 12 championship and wins it at 12 and goes 12-1, Alabama or Notre Dame are out. One of those teams is not safe. It's not any of those stories. You're talking about the fictional, coaching reality show, actually non-fictional coaching reality show, that is Lane Kiffin, which is going to be the biggest storyline because he's holding America hostage with his announcement that's going to come after the Egg Bowl. So the whole coaching world has gone completely out of this world.
All right. When Bob Chznney gets that job, you jam that son of a gun up on the press conference. Pete, you're the best, buddy. Happy Thanksgiving.
Later. Have a good one, guys.
Pete Futak there, he agrees. He doesn't want to say it. He agrees Bob Chznney is a ridiculous idea. It's ridiculous.
Is anybody refuting that Bob Chznney is
that's
a
what's
ridiculous
pissing me
idea?
off. Everybody,
you want someone to come, even people like James Madison can't come to his
defense. This jabroni is going to get a major Power 4 job, and $70 million, and everyone's just going to be like, yeah, this is dumb.
So now
we're just going to let it happen.
Now that Pete's off the phone, can we have a trust stream moment there? I don't know that he knew that Bob Chznney. I don't know that he connected those dots at all.
Oh, Bob and Kenny?
No, like Bob Chznney. I think he thought you were talking about like some college football higher up guy or something. I don't think he connected those like the James Madison dots.
Yes.
And I don't blame him, by the way.
Yeah,
because I think 99.9% of people listening don't connect those dots.
And nobody knows who the hell followed Kurt Cignetti and James Madison.
And like Pete knows everything in college football.
Yes.
I've told you for years I've learned more from Pete in college football than anybody. But like, who knows who James Madison's coach is?
Also,
that's an insane thing to know off the top of your head.
You should never know a name's Bob Chznney. Unless you went to
James Madison, you don't know that answer.
Unless he's selling you insurance or doing your taxes and doing it well. He's not just a guy that's just mucking his way through.
I really wanted Bob Chznney to be fat, though, in this equation.
I really wanted him to be like Bob Newby from
him looking like
Stranger
Dan Lanning
Things.
isn't great. It's not a great development.
Yeah, you saw the one picture. He looks like a dum-dum.
Well, he looks wrecked at this point. Like that man has lived.
Yeah, he has. And not
that man's been to a couple different frat parties at James Madison.
He's been on a Blackout Wednesday.
Yeah, he drinks giving is an everyday thing for him. All right, that was too far.
Yeah, it was too much. Right. Come on. We're a show. We've got to.
We didn't want to go Sarkeesian on him.
Man, come on now. Hey, you stop that. That being said, Ohio State, Michigan, 5 minutes from now on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Classic Chevy in Menor. Are you ready for a serious truck upgrade this November? Get into a rugged 2025 Chevy Silverado. Lease this powerful truck for just $299 a month for 36 months. Bob Chesney's not going to get you in this truck. You know who will? Jeremy Hamilton and his award-winning team. Drive away with your Silverado today. And listen, I get it. We're right up against the holiday. You're in your car already as we're speaking. You're going about your day. You're going about your business. I get it. All right, well, you don't have to go right now. It's okay. Shop online. Go to driveclassicchevy.com. It's where I need you to go. Driveclassicchevy.com and check them out today. Together, let's drive.
Retired courtesy vehicle. Leases plus tax and fees up.
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Smith, because, look, if this is a Heisman voter, this is the worst Heisman race ever. There's nobody. I mean, my problem with saying it's to me, in my pretentious way, it's always, who is the signature guy of the college football season? And it is what they do in this game and the Big Ten championship against Indiana, most likely. And the quarterback one's going to be split up. And, you know, there's a little bit of Gino Torretta thing happening with Julian saying, here he's the best player on the best team. But there's like 10 other guys on the team better than him. So if Smith goes off, he stands out a little bit more because there isn't another wide receiver out there like him, and there really isn't another position player out there like him, even though I'll still argue that Caleb Downs is actually the best football player on the team.
Pete Futek, college football news in the previous segment. We do have Cash Lovett.
Hate it.
Coming up in just about 30 minutes here. We'll get his picks for the week. But 1 hour to go on the show. We got In Case You Missed It coming up at 6:40. Obviously, once again, happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Be safe out there, especially if you're celebrating Drinksgiving. I think I like Drinksgiving better than Blackout Wednesday. Blackout Wednesday, there's just, guys.
Now we're getting there.
I'm not trying to henpeck you here. Have fun, but be safe out there, right? There's no need to black out. I say this as a guy who mastered the art of blacking out in college. It never got me anywhere.
Because if it's always sunny, we used to always call it browning out in college.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember the whole bit? It's like, I'm not blacking out, I'm browning out.
Yeah.
So we used to do that. We'd always brown out. It's like you get close. You're very close to blacking out. You remember just a little bit.
Yeah.
You browned out.
But the problem is when you'd brown out, you'd never remember the good parts. I always only remembered the bad parts of the dumb things I said or did, and then I would just be like, and then I have to walk out of my room and then see people and be like, hey, champ, did you guys get blackout drunk? Is there any chance you forgot what I said last night?
That sounds like
when
you really did some scandalous
girlfriend?
things. Yeah, I was going to say.
I mean,
anybody remember what happened last night?
See, you gotta understand.
Before or after the
sober, nice.
Yeah.
Drunk, half the time nice, half the time not nice. You really never knew which half it was going to be. And then blackout drunk, just the most outrageous. Like, you've seen, this is me with a filter, believe it or not.
Yeah, okay.
Remove all filters and think of the most outrageous thing I've said off the air. Multiply that by 10 and you're somewhere in the ballpark of what I would be like when I was out there.
Yeah.
This is not bragging, by the way. There is an element of shame that I feel for what an a-hole I was.
Katie asked you yesterday while you were gone. She's like, what kind of drunk are you? You know, and I think she was trying to get the vibe of everything. And I told her I say I'm a compliment drunk. I say really nice things. The really nice things I won't say when I'm sober is what I end up saying when I'm drunk. And I'm more of a happy drunk, and then I like to just listen to 90s music and get into it. But then she was like, well, what kind of drunk is Nick? And I was like, I feel like my version of any time we've ever been around each other while being intoxicated, you just seem like you just make more jokes is all. That's all it comes down to being.
Yeah, I definitely.
Like you're also one of the happier drunks.
Yes, I definitely am. Vanessa says you're really happy, and then sometimes you get not happy. And so that's not great.
Now, is that based off of different alcohols that you're drinking? Like I told you, I don't like to be wine drunk.
No,
it's not because I get mean all of a sudden, but there definitely are different drunks.
No, it's based off the fact that there were times in my life where I didn't deal with things emotionally.
Okay.
And so now, the older I've gotten, I am just now a happy drunk, right? But and if I feel myself get a little grumpy, I just kind of get quiet. So because I don't ever want to ruin somebody else's experience.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, there was a time where it was loud and outlandish and unnecessary and incredibly hilarious if you just weren't somebody in my path, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But if I detected that you were a problem, that was a real problem for everybody.
Can I bring up a photo online that I want to talk about for a second?
Yes.
So Brooke Pryor, she covers the Steelers, right? She put out a mac and cheese with frosted flakes on it.
Okay, no, it's basically the same principle of like a.
Is this a thing now? Is this like
it's
become
like
a
the
thing?
same
Like
principle?
cheesy
Like
potatoes.
Yeah,
where you put
with the crackers on top.
So
Right?
we're just going for the crunch. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Because I like Frosted Flakes, and I would think just about everything, and I think it's a good combo. But I've never heard of this combo before.
It would just. I mean, the weird thing is you don't have a spice like a heat element to offset the sweet. Like if you had like jalapenos in that mac and cheese.
Hot sauce in the cheese sauce.
And
the Frosted Flakes, then add the sweet and the crunchy to go with the spicy and the cheesy.
Yeah.
And I feel very much in on this, but like I've never heard of this.
I'm down to clown. Yeah, try this.
Yeah, like at what point in Thanksgiving is Thanksgiving the day that you actually go for the gusto? Like you try the experimental stuff, or is it too no risky, no biscuit?
You kind of have to. So
you got to keep the staples there.
Yes. So like you don't try and get cute with was that
turkey?
Crap? Well, no, you
don't get cute with that.
You
really.
You can get cute depending on how you smoke it.
You mess up the bird, and I feel like people get mad about that.
Well, no, you just have to. That's not.
Oh, we got a main bird. Then we got like a trial bird in the corner.
Oh, we've definitely done it where like you got chicken. You got like 2 chickens that you kind of go all out with.
Okay.
And then the main bird's traditionally done.
Okay.
We've done that before.
All right, sure.
But okay, here's a few things. William H. Macy just did a great bit on don't screw with stuffing. Like people trying to add, like, listen, I'm not necessarily a traditionalist because I'll add like cubed up bacon and cubed up ham in my stuffing. But like, if you want to add anything beyond that, get the hell out of here. Like, I just can't do it. That's something you can't get cute with. There's so many different ways you can get creative, though, with mac and cheese. I don't have a problem with it. But like certain things, like cranberry sauce.
I mean, I'd be delighted if somebody brought this. I'd be delighted if somebody brought this to the Thanksgiving dinner. I'd be like, wow, way to really go for it. Like I like you stepping out. I want to try. I want to see what this is.
Well, and listen,
this is how we get new traditions. Is by that's what I need. I want to come up with my own tradition that then I bring every Thanksgiving. I think
if everyone tried to do something creative and new, it would stink. But if you every year, like, all right, this guy's going to do this one, and like just 2 different dishes were different, and everything else was
a couple new cracks at it. And then if it's a hit, it stays, and if not, it isn't.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Or even if it's like something new, like the jalapeno poppers, or like the shotgun shells that are jalapeno popper adjacent. Again, that's a new thing.
What are the shotgun shells?
Oh, basically,
let's talk food.
Oh my gosh,
shotgun shells.
Gosh, now I'm going to screw this up. No, shotgun shells.
I'm getting a lot of ammo websites
food.
here. I'm getting a lot of gun.
Food.
Getting a lot of gun sites here.
All right, so they are ground beef, Italian sausage, cheese, an array of seasonings inside a. Oh my gosh, like a pasta?
Stuffed shells,
yeah. And then wrapped in bacon.
Oh, they look really good.
They're really good.
They look really good.
Really, really good.
All right, just move. I'm still on Rogers Sporting Goods looking at the guns. I'm sorry.
That's fine. See? You're trying to be Cleveland Butch when you can only be Chicago Butch.
Only Chicago Butch.
Yeah, and that's fine, right? Because I'm Medina County Zesty.
Yeah.
And I'm Sports Talk Butch.
You're Medina County Zesty.
Very much, yeah.
I feel that way. I feel that way about you.
Around my neighbors, they're like, who's this guy drinking seltzers?
Look at you and your foo-foo Starbucks drink.
Is he wearing a tutu?
He comes
I don't know.
all the way from the big city.
And then I get here and everybody's like, all right, don't look him in the eye. Don't corner Wilson. He'll lash out at you.
Yeah, meanwhile, me growing up and dipping while playing high school baseball and listening to country music, they're like, whoa. This guy is out here, and in Chicago I was.
They call him Insane Dwayne.
In Chicago I was. I might as well have been a hillbilly in Chicago.
Oh, Ryan Day needs this win. Just real quick. Just get the damn win, Ryan. Because if you do, it'll confirm that new Ryan Day is a thing.
I think we'll feel like idiots if they end up losing this game because we have not taken it with any sort of seriousness. Because that's how Ohio State has positioned this already in the season. Like it's how it is. I'm sorry. I don't know. Even though we fell for the banana in the tailpipe 4 straight years now, I don't know a single Ohio State fan that legitimately believes they're going to lose this game.
Yeah, and let them prove it to you. Like this is I want sicko Ryan Day to be real. I do. But he can win another national championship this year. If he loses to Michigan, it's all an act. Like the whole point of sicko Ryan Day and buying into, hey, championship standards now 83%. The whole point is that you go into Michigan and you beat Michigan. This is a team that you should win. And in rivalries, when you consistently don't win games that you should win, how many of the games that Michigan has won has Michigan been the team that should have won? One time?
Definitely not last year. They threw for 66 passing yards last year.
And certainly not the first 2 times they lost.
Yeah.
So, like, that to me is where you are. Like, if the whole thing was real, meaning you learned why you lost to Michigan, you learned you weren't being 100% authentic and you were trying too hard, and that new Ryan Day is real, well, then you beat him on Saturday. But if you don't, all right, there's still something missing with Ryan Day in Columbus.
And that's going to be something that will haunt Ryan Day forever if that's the case. In an odd twist, if he won the title last year, and then if he flames out in this game to lose his 5th straight, while then also having just an absolute, let's say, absentee appearance in the playoffs, people would turn on Ryan Day very, very quickly in a way that for someone that just won a title should not have people turning on him.
Fair, but if he wins,
well, then you'll think sicko Ryan Day. And you'll think that all of a sudden he figured it all out and he's got the master key and everything's unlocked. And in a weird twist, again, another weird twist, what if he wins this game and then flames out in the playoffs?
No, that would make sense, right? Because maybe you're just a good regular season team, which is something people have said. Like, this would be the year that if you just were one and done in the playoffs or only got to the second round of the playoffs or whatever, this would make sense because you can say, well, this was our reloading year, and we beat Michigan, and we got to the second round or the third round of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Like, that makes sense. Like, this is the kind of year where if things make sense, no one's going to complain because you just won the national championship last year.
I think the advantage for this year isn't really necessarily like sicko Ryan Day. I think it's the further and further that Michigan gets away from Harbaugh being there, I think the further and further away they get from what was winning them those games. I think Harbaugh had the secret sauce. Look at all these players that played at Michigan in the NFL that aren't doing anything. Like, I think Harbaugh really made a big difference there.
216-474-0092 is all the pressure on Ryan Day heading into the Michigan game. The QB Deadpool update. I might have a little feather in my cap coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
2 locations. Rocky River and Pinecrest offers something for everyone. Treat yourself or a loved one to a Woodhouse Spa gift card. WoodhouseSpas.com.
Increasing congestion northbound on 77 from Gent to Wheatley. Slowdowns from McLeod Rec 71 south from 480 to Bagley. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Back on Afternoon Drive, in case we missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes time here. Nick and JP back with you on Afternoon Drive. We're going to get Commissioner Jake Murren here in a moment for quarterback Deadpool. Usually we try and do this when Mac is in. Mac even worked less than I did this week. He had the full this part of the week off.
You would have liked it on Monday. Markoch was telling us how he's going home for his he's going home for Thanksgiving and all these things, and I was like, hey, Markoch, missed opportunity. What are you doing? Like they're giving Mac hosting shifts on Friday. Like they're just handing them out. Like just go out there. You would have had your chance. This was your opportunity, and you're going to go do it and go home and get some turkey. What's that about?
Did you say that on air?
Oh yeah.
Mac probably heard that.
The whole thing.
It's probably not okay.
Well, that's all right. Mac, you get another opportunity here. This is your chance. Friday, I want to hear you with Anthony, and if this goes well, you get back in Keith Britton's good graces, you're off to the races, buddy.
I like calling it Midwest Nice because there's so much ope between Anthony Allant and Mac Robinson.
Is that what we're expecting on Friday?
Yeah. Like a lot. Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. But
sorry.
with takes.
Didn't mean to step on that take.
No, that was a good one. Because they're both very nice and opish. In a good way. Let's get to the quarterback, Deadpool. And we bring in the commish. I forgot there wasn't an open. And we bring in the commish, Jake Murren. Jake, give us the update here.
Yeah, welcome you guys into week 14 of the Afternoon Drive quarterback, Deadpool. Let's start with the guy who's not here, Mac Robinson. As you said, Nick, Mac's team is Lenora Sellers. He did look good against Coastal Carolina. South Carolina plays Clemson on Saturday. He has Fernando Mendoza and Ty Simpson. Both those guys continue to be in quarterback one conversations. He also has Darian Mensah, who is Darian Mensah. Do you guys think that Mac will be receiving the 70% vote that he's getting week after week? Is that justified here in this Deadpool competition?
Yes, because I think that's where current public sentiment is. I do think we're about to have a little shift here. I think he's still going to score a lot of points because I think Mendoza's in this year's draft, and I think he's going to be a high draft pick. But I think as a couple other quarterbacks establish themselves, I think it's going to be really interesting to see where this conversation goes, especially what happens with a guy like Dante Moore.
I'm curious on that, obviously. So wait, what was the final tally last week?
Yeah, Matt got 70% of the votes. JP, you got 24%. Nick at 6%. Nick back in last place.
Lord, it's a slaughtering.
I finally got out of the doghouse, so I like that.
I feel like every week you guys just flip second and third place in the vote.
And I don't even know why.
Like the Twins and the Royals.
Once you got to, that was good. Once you got to Arch Manning love back in your life, that one really hurt you in an interesting way. But I've noticed the tide is starting to turn in that discussion.
Yeah, when Nate Tice, the guy who's been on a lot of the quarterback bandwagons, when Nate Tice on Football 301 said Arch Manning, if he were to declare, would be the number one pick in the 2026 NFL draft.
I saw that, and I think that's interesting. And he was getting a lot of praise from other college football scouts. The scouting is real. The hats are very fake, but the scouting is real. All those guys out there were saying, oh yeah, maybe he might be right here. But the idea is Arch Manning's not going to go out, unfortunately.
We'll see.
Unfortunately.
We'll see.
Do you guys think if we lived in a world where he does declare that he is quarterback one, like Nate Tice is saying?
Yeah, I do. I think the Manning brand name's going to carry a lot of water.
The quarterbacks at the top of this list have just so disappointed in such a major way. I think there won't be enough people that will convince themselves that Mendoza has something to himself. But I do. I think the traits that he showed off initially will stay with him and would have stayed with him long enough. People want to take quarterbacks. That's a part of this discussion that's always fascinating, Jake. They want to draft quarterbacks. They're dying to find any reason to take these quarterbacks. they're hoping that they can find a reason to take these quarterbacks, but they have to actually be there. And in this instance, I mean, if you're Arch, you have to stay another season. You're not gonna go out this year.
Can I tell you the only way that I think Arch comes out? It's if the right Giants team gets the number one pick. If the New York Giants, the right New York team rather, if the Giants get the number one pick, I think the family trusts the Mara family. There's the history with Eli there. I don't know that they feel the same about Kellen Moore in New Orleans. I certainly don't think they would allow Eli to go to the Jets or Titans. But I could understand if the Giants get the number one pick, I can absolutely understand if they go, you know what? We really like that situation, and maybe all of a sudden Jackson... Because here's the thing. I think the Giants would choose Jackson Dart. I think they would choose Arch Manning over Jackson Dart, too.
I don't think they would. I think they're still... It's too early to just give up on Jackson Dart.
No, I think it's less about giving up on it, and it's more who do you think has a chance to be a franchise quarterback, Arch Manning or Jackson Dart? I think
it's
the consensus would be...
It's interesting.
At which point your boy would do very well.
I don't know that that's a consensus. Listen, Jackson Dart has fallen off a little bit here in the past couple of weeks, but I don't know that that's a consensus. If you were to ask people out there right now, who would you rather have as your starting quarterback, Jackson Dart, Arch Manning? And Jackson Dart wins that poll.
Yeah, I think ask football people.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
You think non-football people are?
I think the casual fan is a couple weeks behind. I think the diehard football.
I think Malik Neighbors got injured. I think that offensive line is actually they've been a good part of the Giants, if we're being honest about it. But Malik Neighbors got injured. I think a lot of the plans with Jackson Dart kind of went out the wayside. But
it's a lot of I thinks for passing up on a generational quarterback prospect.
I just think that's I think you're wrong on this one. I think you're very wrong on this one.
I think this is going to age like fine wine. I think 4 weeks from now...
Are you going to give Arch Manning to have the chance to age like fine wine, or are you going to put him out in the draft this next year like you said you are going to?
I think if the Giants had the number one pick, I think Arch would seriously consider coming out.
Seriously consider?
Yeah, because there's a relationship there. The Mannings can go to the Maras and go, if Arch comes out, will you take him at 1?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I think the start to Jackson Dart's career, behind as many injuries as they've had and many things that have just prohibited this offense, the Scatterbo injury, Malik Neighbors, obviously, all these things, I think they're happy with Jackson Dart.
Are you letting Jackson Dart stop you from a potential
I think you are. Yeah, I think
top
you are.
5 quarterback?
I think you are. I think he's shown enough right now at this point that, yes, you do. I think you have to at least give this one more year to really seriously see what you have. You hire a coach with the idea that the coach gets to go ahead and see what they can do with Jackson Dart, but Jackson Dart's your future right now.
What if the coach wants Arch Manning instead of Jackson Dart?
Well, it depends. What type of coach is this? What coach are we talking about? I was going to say, what coach are we talking about that gets to wield this much power and gets to be like, I choose Arch over Jackson Dart?
I would think it's any NFL head coach, because everyone except Cleveland has power.
Because you get to hire these guys. Before you get to hire these guys, you get to find out what they think about it. If their plan is I'm dumping Jackson Dart for Arch Manning, you can hit the eject button immediately. You don't have to hire him.
Yeah, because don't forget,
which coach are you saying? All right, that I trust you enough that I'm going to see this thing through.
Don't forget, you're also going to get a first rounder for Jackson Dart and then some.
I think there's enough football guys that think you're off base on this one.
Let's go to our football guy cave. Jake, what else do we have, buddy?
Yeah, well, since we're on the topic of Arch Manning, Nick, your team, Arch Manning, Carson Beck, John Mateer, and Jaden Maiyava. You said last week that your team was dead. Do you feel like it was resurrected after 1 week of play, or do you still feel pretty down on your team?
No, I think perceptionally it's dead. I still have not decided long term. Yeah, it's not the same thing as actually being dead.
Sure, okay.
Yeah, it's like brain dead, and then legally dead, and then actually dead.
Okay.
But no, I think we're fine. I have a decision to make on Carson Beck at some time. I just am not ready to make that decision on Carson Beck right now.
All right, no changes for Nick. That leads us to you, JP. You have Dante Moore, Cade Klubnik, Garrett Nussmeier, and Haynes King. That was your latest addition from last week.
Yes.
How do you feel about your team?
Bad week for Haynes King.
Haynes King and Bob Chznney Chevrolet.
That Emery Hunt endorsement.
We feel good about it. I'm not going to make a change for the fourth straight week, is what you're asking.
Yeah, that was essentially what I was asking because it's been a lot of turnover.
I was searching around really quickly to see if there was somebody that I could make some sort of move for. I like to wheel and deal. Like Bob Chznney, I'm a wheeler and dealer. I like to go ahead and I like to make moves.
All right.
And
so would you trade Haynes King for Arch Manning?
Are you offering me a trade? You want me to get back in the Arch Manning business?
This is a hypothetical thing.
No, especially not doing after the football guy comment. You kidding me? Now Arch Manning's dead to me.
By the way, I wasn't offering it. I never would make that trade. Haynes King is straight cheeks.
They're both
just not good.
They're both cheeks, but in the world of
who's going to be the number one pick in a draft?
Who's going to get me?
Haynes King.
No. For our purposes, for what we're talking about,
Bob Chznney.
for the 2026 NFL draft, they're both cheeks because Arch is going to go in the 2027 draft. And so, who's going to get me more points? Oh, that 6th round pick, Haynes King, is going to
net me Dylan Gabriel special.
Some sweet points that might put me past Mac Robinson.
Oh, got old Bob Haney all fired up right there. Jake, strong stuff, Commissioner.
Thanks. That concludes week 14 of the quarterback Deadpool.
All right, we are up against it, but let's go ahead and get to our guy, Cash. Love it.
Hate it.
It's time to put it on the line with Cash Love It, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
And now, Cash Love It. On the fan hotline. Cash,
I was waiting for the hate it.
And we stonewalled him.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing absolutely wonderful. Getting ready for a little bit of gluttony on this Thanksgiving coming up days.
Now, I know you've got a family, so is it fair to say we don't do Drinksgiving anymore?
No more Drinksgiving. We trying to run around with the 4-year-old just doesn't quite do it anymore.
But after they go to bed, maybe 6 or 7 belts. I'm just thinking aloud here, Cash.
Well, I mean, sometimes you can bust out the old blue ribbon and enjoy the games a little bit better once he goes to sleep.
You totally missed the 6-7 joke, but it's okay. Unlike Hunter, you're a check.
You're a joke.
No, look, the college football playoffs, they killed it. When you have them coming up doing 6-7, like it just automatically murders it.
Oh, come on. It's a good bit. It was funny.
With you, Cash. I agree with
murder?
I agree with you, Cash. There's decorum and a seriousness attached to this that they have to uphold.
Just I tried to do it with my dog. She was like, no, already behind the times. So we went national television, and it had a nice little burial. And I'll wait for the next trend that pops up next week.
All right. The first train that we're going to be discussing today is Chiefs at Cowboys. What do we think about this game?
I think it's going to be exciting. And unfortunately, I wanted to give out the over, but we needed to bet that 2 days ago as it just keeps climbing. And the longer you wait, it's going to go a little bit higher. And like I said, we're going to go for a little bit of gluttony. Let's win people as much money as humanly possible. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take the Cowboys on the money line for plus 145. Dak is humming on all cylinders with George Pickens. We've got CD Lamb. He can only have, I think, about 3 more drops for the season. But the Cowboys are going to get in the red zone a lot. And I found an interesting prop bet. I'm not telling anyone to take it, but those little things for Thanksgiving's feast, the Cowboys kicker Aubrey to have the most field goal yardage sitting at plus 190. So if you can go ahead and find that one, have a little bit of fun, and it brewed on the strongest leg in the NFL.
All right, Ohio State and Michigan set us up for the game.
Well, personally, I think Ohio State should just lose it, go ahead and sit in forward 5 logistically. But by no means do I think that's going to happen because Ryan Day cannot lose this game again. Everything looks like Carnell Tate's going to be playing, Jeremiah Smith, Julian Saint's going to have the Heisman game that I've been looking for against an actual defense. I think Ohio State, with a little bit of snow, the passing game is actually going to be better as that Michigan secondary is not going to be able to hold up with them. Their defensive leader, Ernest Hausman, is very questionable and probably a liability if he does go ahead and get on that field. We have absolutely zero worries of Ohio State laying this 10 points. Go ahead, do it. If you can lay a little bit more for plus money, feel free, as Ohio State dog walks Michigan, as they will not be able to run the ball.
We'd like that. Cash, Vanderbilt at Tennessee. Some are saying it's the biggest rivalry in the SEC because none of the other SEC rivalries are real. How do we feel about this game?
I don't know who the some are. I guess it might be a Mason-Dixon line, as everybody in the SEC feels like they have the most important rivalry. But maybe
but they're inbred
in the South. Whoa! Attacking me where it hurts.
You forgot Cash was Southern.
Spot the lie, Cash. Where is inbreeding the most prominent in America? Is it above the Mason-Dixon line or below it?
He's got you there, Cash. He's got you there.
It's science.
He's got you there. No rebuttal.
I'm going to go across the seas over in England, where we had all the royalty, and keep the bloodline.
That wasn't the question, Cash.
But
I appreciate the attempt at a punt.
And we were able to learn about diverting. We're
doing above or below the Mason-Dixon line, across the sea.
I heard it's pretty big in southern Greece.
There's got to be somewhere else. Did you snort, Cash?
Oh, I did a little bit. I was trying to think of something because.
So Vandy and Tennessee,
Arkansas only. It's the Mason-Dixon line with Arkansas just kind of sitting right there.
I think I've been on that section of OnlyFans. All right, Vanderbilt and Tennessee. What you got?
We're going to be taking Tennessee -3. Go ahead and grab it before it gets to 3.5. Diego Pavia's mom will be sitting there and looking for maybe some of the inbreeding with Theo Vaughn. But
that's not even inbreeding, Cash. That's just a consensual relationship between two adults, okay?
I'm Team Cash on this.
South, you don't know.
By the way, what's inbreeding most common in the world? Middle East and North Africa are your answers in the future. If you ever get in this spot again, you tell them, you're like, hey, Jordan, okay? Egypt, Syria, Lebanon. These are the responses you need to have.
The problem is everyone's going to be like, why do you have a preset answer on this?
If you ever find yourself in a situation where someone's like, you're from the South, that's where inbreeding happens, these are your responses back. It's like, oh, you clearly haven't been in some parts of Central and South Asia, haven't you?
Well, I got to make sure I don't get the precursor of above or below the Mason-Dixon line, apparently.
So Alabama at Auburn.
Auburn's going to win the football game. All right, what do you got here? Come on, Cash.
Look, I said we're going to be gluttons, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Auburn on the money line. It's going to be in Jordan Air Stadium. Auburn's defense has been one of the best in the country all year long. Alabama's going to become one-dimensional and not be able to run, as they have it all year. Kedrick Falk is going to have an absolutely phenomenal game. We're looking at probably around 2 sacks with that defense. And ever since they got rid of the coach, old Hugh Freeze, Auburn has been different on offense. Take them on the money line, plus 185.
How about 49ers Browns?
Believe it or not, we have picked incorrectly on the Browns the last 4 weeks. We've picked them to win twice and lose twice, so let's go ahead and win a little bit more money. Browns on the money line. I was not a Shador hater. I just wanted to see something. And what I was able to see was Shador get 75% of his passing yards in 3 plays. I think we're going to get something like that again, as we have a couple of big plays. Quinshon Judkins, another touchdown or 2 this game, and the Browns defense being the difference maker. As I don't know if y'all saw the Monday Night Football game. Brock Purdy looks atrocious. He's going to crumble under pressure. Myles Garrett going for Defensive Player of the Year and the sack record. I think this is a game that gets him closer to those achievements.
Cash, great stuff, buddy. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Happy Thanksgiving to y'all.
Thank you so much there.
Goodbye, Cash.
Cash, love it.
Hate it.
On the fan hotline there.
Put it on the line with Cash Love It. Sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
All right, don't get fired before Thanksgiving. Don't get fired before Thanksgiving.
Iraq, studies indicate 47 to 60% of marriages are inbreeding. That's a high number. It's a really high number.
Some would say any inbreeding is a high number.
That's what I thought, too, before 47 to 60%. I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, Lebanon, 12.8%, not that bad.
Call me woke.
That's a really high number.
Call me woke, but 1% seems a touch high for me.
I think Alabama seems pretty good in the hindsight right now. I'm like, those numbers aren't not that bad, all things considered.
Are you like...
63% in Jordan?
You need to be like a body man for inbreeding.
What
you
is
need to
going
just
on
go
here?
around providing statistics on how it's really not that bad in the South, guys, in case we missed it.
It's just worse in other places.
On 92.3 The Fan.
Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Segment of today's show. Big thanks to our guests. Who are our guests? Ross Tucker at 2:20 today. Ashley Bastock at 3:20. The great Pete Futek at 5:40. And the awesome Cash Lovett in the previous segment. If you guys missed any of the show today, as always, the full 5 hours are up on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Go back and watch us. You could not see it. If you haven't watched the YouTube feed, you might be able to hear it, but you really want to see how hard I broke multiple times in that Cash Lovett interview because I'm a child. Now, that being said, let's go ahead and get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with Joe Burrow getting the start. Announced during our show today, he is going to start against the Ravens tomorrow night. Out of the slate, Packers, Lions, Chiefs, Cowboys, Bengals, Ravens. What game are you the most excited for tomorrow during Thanksgiving?
Probably the Bengals and Ravens. I really need Joe Burrow to show up with like a 40-point performance.
Oh, for our burger bet, you definitely need it.
Yeah, no, I need that. Well, and for fantasy football. If I lose this week, I'm out of the playoffs.
You're out if you lose this week?
I will have gone. If Dan or Kevin wins and I lose, I'm out.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize
record,
that.
and they've got me on points, and I think head-to-head.
I got it clinched already that I'm in.
Yep.
Daryl's already in as well, obviously.
In 4 weeks' time, I will have gone from the 2 seed to the 5 seed or worse.
Yeah, you're on a 3-game losing streak right now, right?
I picked a bad day to have a bad day.
Ooh.
So we just...
Or bad 3 days to have a bad 3 days.
My long play has been Joe Burrow off the IR.
Okay.
So we need Joe here. Hey, Saquon, you ever want to show up again? This would be a nice time to do it. It would be hilarious if Josh Jacobs, Saquon, all the Ladd McConkey, who's the most hit-or-miss player, I think, in the history of the NFL, if all these guys showed up a week after.
I just thought you were very focused on our burger bet, and I was happy about that. Steelers, by the way, take on the Bills this weekend, so there's a very realistic chance that this is the week that the Ravens take over the AFC North and then don't give it up. Unless Joe Burrow's got something to say about it.
Unless Aaron Rodgers.
That discourse is so weird around him right now. Like, the fact that he's got to go up to the podium and defend why he wants to play the game it's kind of insane.
Yeah, but if he gets hurt again and it's a serious injury, it's a disaster for the Bengals.
And I understand it, and I get that it's in a season where they're basically going nowhere, but you only get 17 of these games. It's not like if Joe Burrow's healthy, he's got to be playing.
Or you let this thing play out, you get a top 10 pick, and you finally draft a Caleb Downs, you finally draft TJ Parker.
So you would have shut him down?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I wouldn't have done it at all.
Yeah.
I mean, this is almost like the Zion Williamson college discussion where it's like NBA players, they hoop. I get that's not what football players do all the time. But if I'm Joe Burrow, I want to be out there.
All right, guys. None of the things that I want to get into are going to be a quick hook on the show. So I want to say a quick thank you to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Jake Murrin doing the 92.3 The Fan, YouTubing out there, doing the producing, helping out with the quarterback Deadpool as well, Meredith Kane in the 2020s. Dynamite stuff from everyone. Guys, happy Thanksgiving. Stay safe out there. Let's all just really soak in a great opportunity to enjoy our family. And if you hate your family, enjoy your friends. However it is, enjoy time with loved ones, guys. JP, it was great to be back today. I missed you, buddy.
Had fun. Glad you were back today, and obviously enjoy the holidays. And then I'll talk to you on Monday, and I'll talk to everyone else. Sunday pregame show with Coach Riz starting at 10.
Let's get another win. Let's do this damn thing. Big thanks again to you for having me back, and you and Daryl for locking it down over the last couple days. See you guys Monday at 2 p.m.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.